Monday, April 15th, 2024. Competition 1 in the first round of the DBS Radio Ministry of Education National Reading Competition, headline sponsored by Dragon Windows, begins at the Berean Christian Academy from 2 p.m. under the theme Reading and Quayol. Listen and join in via DBS social media channels as the St. Martin's Primary, St. Mary's Primary, Pioneer Preparatory, Convent Preparatory, Berean Christian Academy, Christian Union Primary, Ebenezer SDA, Goodwill Primary, Roseau Primary, and the Petit Savant Primary Schools compete in 3 rounds. Monday, April 15th, 2024, at the Berean Christian Academy, Competition 1 of the first round of the DBS Ministry of Education National Reading Competition, headline sponsored by Dragon Windows.
Okay, so we can get ourselves ready, and I know that we are live. Good evening to you, my brother Adams.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here this Sunday. It's always good, when you can come on a Sunday at DBS to, speak and reminisce and speak about the Lakou. But I found something very interesting before we get into it. What I do in retirement, I found this to be a very good article. Very nice. And sometimes I am asked what I do in my retirement. Well, depends on what age when you retired. What I did 20 years ago when I retired is far different from what I do now. Yours truly is now in his 90s. So I thought I would share my activities with the public. And here, just briefly, the older we get, the longer we outlive our friends. This is a great setback because we cannot converse and speak of old times. And to prevent boredom, we have to keep our minds active. To do so, I will continue the steps I have taken. Free time is spent reading, writing, watching television, and doing word searches and puzzles. Use the phone to communicate with friends and catch up on Facebook and WhatsApp.
90 years?
Yes.
Facebook?
Use the laptop to educate me and to pay bills. This is in essence what I do at home. Retirees cannot exercise as much as before, so restricted in our movements. Retirees, we cannot drink alcohol nor party as much as before, so we stay at home and enjoy ourselves as much as we can. We cannot go to the cinema or bars, as this is impossible at our age. I still attend church, but cannot involve myself in other church activities. I enjoy nature by watching the birds, bees and flowers. You hear that? I enjoy our mountains, rivers, freshwater lakes, waterfalls and the sea. I can also enjoy sunset and moonlight. I like dogs and used to have one, but unfortunately my dog died. Those of us who are still active go for a walk on safe roads using our walking sticks to avoid traffic. I go to the beach for an occasional swim, but not often. I write articles to amuse myself and submit them to the press for publication. And so I could go on, but you see what retirees have to go through. When you're retired, most of your friends are no longer there with you.
Especially when we can see some of our friends.
Yeah.
Not most.
Some of our friends.
Some of our friends, yeah.
And so retirement can be, as you approach your 80s, your 90s, your 100th birthday. And so, it is very, very challenging when you retire. So, and that article was coming from Dr. William Green. He used to be one of my doctors when I first went to the casual and catch up on Facebook. Mm-hmm. So I don't know whether you know Green. Do you know Dr. Green?
Of course I know Dr. Green. Who does not know Dr. Green?
No, and then he passes in my street to go to the Catholic Church, St. Alphonsus, where he no longer drives. But his wife is still there.
So he has a very good company.
Yeah, his wife is still there.
Yes. And as he said in the article, he's 90.
He's 90.
And he said that he's catching up on a number of things via Facebook, paying his bills via the internet.
Yeah.
Wow, at 90. You find some persons at that age, dread the internet. Fellas like yourself sometimes dread the internet. Even
I
at
used
70.
to dread it, but not now. I enjoy it.
So your money is coming from Social Security, gets to the bank. Now you can use more banking. You can use M-Laja and to do all of your necessary transactions.
One of my grandson came to my home today. He came from Virgin Gorda, and the man was telling me the different types of money they use now, Bitcoin, all kind of different money. So.
I know.
I
remember some years ago. I think in 2009, I went to China, and a young lady was in front of me. I'll never forget that experience. And I saw the young lady took her phone, and she gave the cashier. So you know what? I came from a small, undeveloped country, not understanding transaction via the phone, and I saw the cashier took the phone and passed it on some other device, and give the young lady back her phone and give her receipt. And I was like, wow.
Right.
And then I'm seeing it now in Dominica.
Right. But he tell me he's working with a billionaire. And he's a fellow is in charge of SpaceX, one of the big billionaires.
Okay.
And he showed me, that the phone, as you pointed out, he has the money in the phone. He tell me, look, my money. I said, what? Your money in your phone? I mean, you can just use your phone. So I mean, soon from now, you will find that men don't have to have chips in their bodies, so that the necessary transactions, their passport, all of the informations that they have would be through a chip in their body. Yeah, and he can use his phone and transfer the money to his card. But can you imagine?
Yes.
And the boy is just what, 20, 21, 22
That's
years?
a joke. But we have with us Dr. Martha Joseph. She's from Dallas. She lives in New York, in the United States of America. I just want to say good evening to you, Martha.
I live in Florida, by the way.
Oh, Florida. Oh my God, what did I say? New York, Florida. Thank you very much for the correction.
No problem.
I know that you said to me this week that you were crossed in St. Croix and then had to go across to Florida just for the weekend. Can you imagine just going across from one state in the United States to a territory in the Caribbean for a weekend and back home just about that same weekend?
Wow.
So soon from though, that will be happening in Dominica when we get our international airport, where I can take a flight to go to New York and on Friday afternoon and be back on Monday morning early.
Wow.
So good evening to you, Dr. Joseph. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure too.
And I love your background. Where did you discover that background?
Man Audio hooked me up.
Oh.
I just gave him my graphics and he took care of me.
I can see Granny.
Man Audio Visuals.
Okay, Man Audio Visual. I can see Granny in that background. It's a
Yes.
clear reflection of the good old days that you would have had.
This is the person, yes, I grew up with in Lakou. I just wanted to put her there because it was, my mom, all my parents, all my family members, I have equal respect for them, but she's not with us anymore. And she was the one who had me since I was 9 months old. So, hey, this is, most of my life was lived with her.
And it's amazing that Granny could have a book on her good old chair, reminiscing, reading, and Kikalte Sulisana, a kind of shoe, I think.
She didn't have shoes on. It was what she would do every afternoon. If it was rain, the sun was too high. If she was weeding in the yard, she would just come in, she would pick up one of the books she was reading, and she would peel her castor seeds. So in the hat on the floor, she has castor seeds there peeling at that time. So that's the hat she had on her head. She put it down, she peeled her castor seeds, and then she pick up a book and she read. She was an avid reader, and I am just so thankful for just seeing someone in books all my life. That wasn't common though. For people of her age, somebody born in 1915, it wasn't very common to see them reading like that. But my granny read every day.
Wow. Born 1915 and passed when?
Yeah.
When she died?
She passed 2003. She was 87, I think, when she passed. Yeah.
Wow. She lived a life in Delis.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine, the things that she taught you in the community of Delis when growing up. And that's what we're going to find out tonight.
Yes.
And I'm excited just to know more about you. You're growing up in Delis and the things that you would have done in Delis and coming across to Roseau. We're going to have a fantastic discussion. Adams.
Very interesting that she comes from Delis. Well, I know, for instance, the majority of friends of mine from Delis were the Etiennes. One of them was Ozan Etienne. We went to the grammar school together. He became an engineer, and he has quite a number of sisters. And down from Delis. When I used to,
and she's going to give you this. I want, as you said, Delis. I'm going to make her give us the story of Delis, of her being a Joseph, how she became a Joseph, what the priest did, and because she came from the lineage of Etienne's. That's correct.
Yes, I'm not sure that's the same one I don't think it's the same one for Oz and Etienne though.
Okay.
But yes, Etienne, yes, correct.
Yes. So as we are going into this story, help us to understand how you happen to have gotten the surname Joseph, because I want to start from a very tiny baby girl. And you have been baptized in the Catholic Church, and you would have been given the surname Joseph. Walk us through with that in our experience.
So it just happened that my granny and I were having a conversation, and she told me that we were not actually Josephs. And I asked her why, and then she told me that she gave me the story of my grandpa, saying that when my great-grandma was pregnant with my grandpa, he went to Panama, to work on the Panama Canal, and my great-grandma was pregnant with my grandpa. So when she went to the priest, apparently she said, when they asked Kinon, and at that time the Catholic priests were mainly from Belgium and France. So what they did now would be name, right?
So no would be
last
name.
For us.
No would be
for us. When we say Kinon, we mean what's your name?
Yes, what's your first name?
But for the French, when you say Kinon, it means your last name, right?
Family's name.
And so my great grandpa's name was Joseph Etienne, and so that's where the backward stuff came on. So I was trying to prove my granny was wrong. So I went to the Catholic Church. I got two birth papers, one in 1991, one in 1992. I have them with me right here. My grandpa's baptismal certificate. I don't know why I never thought of going to Roseau to find out. I'm not sure if they still had them there. But the ones I got from the priest, register number 67, it says Philip, also known as Everington Didier, also known as Everington Joseph. The other one says Philip Didier. For father, there's a blank. And then his mother's name is Admira Didier. So there is no father name on my grandfather's baptismal certificate from the Catholic Church. And I have two copies of them. I have one from 1991 signed by Sister Helen, and the other one signed by Sister Joyce.
I'm sure you're able to make us see it. So let's have a view of that birth certificate.
But you want to see a view? Okay,
right. We don't have to read it. Just as evidence that yes, I really do.
But I can read them. Yeah, one says, this is to certify that Philip, also known as Everington, child of blank, and Admira Didier, was born at Delis on the 15th day of May, 1901. That was 1991 copy. 1992 copy was Philip Didier, also known as Everington Joseph, child of blank, and Admira Didier, born in Delis, 15th day of May, 1901. And I got that one 2nd of May, 1992. So I really went ahead and got them. from just talking around, I heard that he was the brother of another set of Etiennes in Davis. I never really spoke to them to find out more, even when they were alive. But I did find out which set of Etiennes, not the one for Ozando, another set of Etiennes. But definitely, for us as Josephs, our Joseph came from our great-grandfather's first name, not his last name. And there were other examples like that in Davis too. So it's not a rare occurrence, because it was a mistake that the Catholic priest often made at least more than once, not just my family.
So when they ask,
but I do have evidence. I do have the 2 birth certificates with no father's name on both of them.
so once the priest asked you, or the French priest, qui nom, you would have given your family name and not your first name.
Yes.
And so your great-grandfather got Joseph by virtue of the fact that his first name was Joseph. Joseph, and his family name was Etienne.
Yes.
So
I know which Etienne. Well, I know which Etienne, but I'm not at liberty to talk about it since I never really, discuss it with family as such. But I do know that. And one of the desires I have is to go to Panama, because my great-grandpa died in Panama during the Panama Canal, building the Panama Canal.
So you're
you're
saying during the construction of the Panama Canal, a number of Dominicans left, including your great-grandpa. He went and he never returned.
He didn't come back. But they said he died, so I'm assuming he died for true.
1901 he was born?
No, my grandfather was born 1901, but his daddy was the one who went to Panama.
Okay. And so his daddy went to Panama. He would have born before 1901.
Yes, because his wife was conceived. He was already conceived before he left.
So basically, just after she conceived, he went to Panama and never returned.
Yeah, he died. We want to keep the story straight. They say he died. Okay.
They say
so I don't know if how long after he died, but I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna go to Panama and see if I have any uncles down there or cousins or anything of that nature. But the good thing about, I've been doing some research, and what I found out is that they do have very good records where they have a list of people who came, when they came, what jobs they did, and if they died, how they died. And all that is right there, well curated. I've spoken to some people from Panama, and they assured me that if he was there, the records will be there. So that's a trip on my bucket list, to go down to Panama and check this out.
And I can imagine the rest of the Joseph Etienne family will be happy that you are able to do that for them, so that they can put the record straight.
And then you see his real name, yeah.
And maybe, who knows, that you might decide tomorrow to call yourself Etienne. Who knows?
I don't think so. No. my grandpa never was called Etienne. He was always Joseph. So I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna honor him. I'm gonna honor him to be that Joseph. Yeah.
Okay. I can imagine that it would have been of great importance for your grandma to also ensure that the surname Joseph is kept, because her last name now would be Joseph. Before she died, she would have been Joseph when they got married, because they were married before he left, right?
The great grandma, they were great grandma admirer, yeah.
Then you came.
So I don't know. No, I mean, I came way long after. I'm 2 generations after.
No, the point is, then you came.
Yes.
Today you are Joseph.
I am.
Right.
And I love it.
No, tell us the tree, your family tree, both by mother and father, so we can know where we're going to kickstart.
So my mother's side is the gallery, and the gallery is again rooted French. It's a French root as well, Martinique. My mama's side is the gallery and Saint Jean. So when you hear the Saint Jean's in Botica, that was my grandmother, and the gallery in Dailies, that was my grandfather. But they both died young. So that's my mom's parents. And my father's parents now was my grandma, who is sitting right next to you, and Everington Joseph.
No, I know that there are the galleries in Point Michel, Soufriere.
Yes, they're related to me. Yes,
but they're related to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's my uncle's son. Yeah.
Okay, so here you are. you came, you went to preschool, as we would commonly say.
Yeah.
Tell us the preschool that you went to.
So I went to Auntie Maud's preschool, and that was the best. Auntie Maud she had I mean, I was teasing people on Facebook for this week, just asking them what was their preschool. And quite a few people went to Auntie Maud's preschool. I learned a lot from Auntie Maud's preschool. She taught us our letters, we learned our alphabets, we learned singing, we learned to pray. We got lollipops because she made the most, I don't know, nobody else was able to replicate those lollipops. She used to wrap them in something like, almost like wax paper. I don't know where she got wax paper from, but it was in something like that. And it was just this powdery looking candy, but it was hard and it was just awesome. We loved it. She gave us candy. I don't know if it was a lot.
I'm sure we call this thing in Roseau unbreakable. I'm sure based on the description you're giving to us, I'm sure that in Roseau it was called unbreakable.
I don't know, but Auntie Maud was the best. I don't think it could compare to hers. I can bet you, because she had some awesome candies. Now, Auntie Maud was broad-chested, and something about me, I think I used to cry so much when I was a child. And I think a certain time when I grew older, I started to wonder, did I cry because something was really wrong, or because I just wanted my head to be on her chest? So she would always just grab you and just place you on that chest of hers and just comfort you. Very, very comforting. And I remember that especially about being a crier. So I always got that little comfort spot at least once a day, and I didn't mind it. So as to whether I cried because things were really wrong or because I really wanted it, I don't know. But it was good. And I did enjoy it. And she did an awesome job with me because I went to school at 4.5.
No, before you continue, I just want to say to you tonight, so far, we just have about 15 minutes since we have started. You have something like 99 viewers already.
Wow.
That's the fastest that we would have had. Last week we had 90. We are now 99. At that same 15 minutes, I just want to say good evening to Roslyn Severe McLean. She's tuned and looking, and she says very good program tonight. Also, Derek Mann says good night, guys. Looking forward to a great show. Also, Rhoda St. Louis. She said, "Oh, I love the background. Can you imagine? I too love the background." And she said, she said she loves the background, and she said that the guy we spoke about, which is Ozan, is her uncle. That's her uncle. Cheryl Martin says that she's watching, and she is also, there's also Martina Roye says that good evening, watching from Mahopac in New Jersey. Wow. Libla Hayo says good evening. Hyacinth from...
That's my cousin.
That's your cousin. All right.
Yeah.
And
she
also...
was in the Lakou with me.
She was in the Lakou with you.
Yes, she was.
Keaton Ansem said a pleasant good evening. I am tuned in Flatbush, New York. That's a place that I always like when I go to New York. Derek Mann says, I understood that during the time that they were building this Panama Canal, a lot of people died with sickness and different diseases. Yvette Davis says she's watching, and the list goes on, you know. And Bernadine Martin said that she's also listening, cause
that's my cousin. Yeah, that's my cousin. That's my uncle's. She's a Digari. That's my cousin's my uncle's daughter. Yeah.
Okay. And also La Roche, Dr. Joseph Sakafet. Quite a number of persons are tuned already.
Yeah,
and Matthew Christian saying, Alina says good night.
That's my cousin again.
She said that she's your cause. Yeah. Winnie Green, good evening. Cecil and Guess. Wow, quite a number of people already tuned. And Rita Thomas, good evening.
That's my cousin too.
Wow. You got the list on.
All of the cousins are like on all sides, And by the way, Rhoda St. Louis, the one who said Ozan is her uncle, Auntie Maud was her grandma. So that was Ozan's, parents.
Okay, right. So now you're speaking about Auntie Maud's preschool, and you talk about how her sweets were the best and so on. Give us the experience, because you said that you're crying a lot. I'm not so sure why. You're not so sure why. So give us the experience in that yard, in that schoolyard, in that preschool yard.
Yeah. I don't know. They used to call me She and Bobo. That was just something that they call everybody. People who cry easily, maybe, I don't know. So I cried a lot. I remember crying a lot when people for simple things sometimes. But we had those benches. What I remember clearly were the benches with no back. We just have a piece of plank going across, and we all sat on those. I was on the row before the last because I was taller, but not one of the tallest. So there was a row behind me. And we did everything, like the ABCs, the just fun. We used to play in the yard. I mean, I don't know. People said things like she used to let us play in fig, but it didn't matter. We got ripe banana. So she had ripe bananas that we would all go outside and get one. It was just the best place to be. I loved preschool. I enjoyed it. That's why I can remember it. If I posted that on Facebook and I asked people what were their preschool, and some people couldn't remember. So if you went to preschool and it was not memorable, that means either you didn't have fun or it was maybe too miserable to remember. Because we have a way of, the psychologists say that we have a way of, forgetting things that were traumatic, and maybe their preschool days were not very delightful, and so they can't remember it. But I remember my preschool days very, very, very
How many of
clearly.
you at the time going to preschool would have been at Mahmoud school?
Say again?
How many of you all would have been at Mammoth School during the period that you went to preschool?
I'm not sure, if you think of from a little girl's brain, it could have been 1 through 10. I don't think it was more than that. Because it was just a room in her house. I remember that extended piece. Not in her home, but it's an extended piece, I don't know if it's a balcony piece, I don't know, but it was just comfortable enough with at least 3, or maybe there were 2 benches in front of me and 1 behind me. So probably we can say 4 benches with at least 5 kids on it. I don't know. It could have been between 1 and 20. I have no idea. If I tell you a specific number, I'd be making up a story. I just know I was there and other students who were there. I had a lot of fun.
I'm sure you remember some of the students that would have been in class with you.
I remember one particular one because it was not very pleasant.
Fighting.
It wasn't very pleasant, and she might be listening too. I'm not gonna call any names, but I just used to get whooped every day at the end of the day. Just whoop. Every time we're praying, I would get that whoop in my back. So I would go home and I'd cry and explain to Granny and my uncle what was going on. And so my uncle, who used to pick me up sometimes and drop me sometimes, I just remember those tall legs and me being next to him, and he's walking up the hill. And he told me what to do. He said, when she hits you, this is what I want you to do. And he gave me step 1, step 2, and step 3. Listen, that day in class.
No, hold on. Do not go too fast. What was step 1?
No, I can't tell her.
Come on, man. Tell us what was step 1. That's children having fun.
I can't tell you those things.
Step 1, when she hits you, don't cry. Hit her back.
Of course, but it was a process.
That was step 1. Uh-huh.
What to do, what to tell. I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
But I did exactly what he said to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because I was strong or anything. But guess what? It became a parent problem. It became a parents quarreling issue because I struck back for the one time. Even if I was being hit every day. That one day when I hit back and scratch up and do all of what they tell me to do, I did it like in sync. I can remember now, I can remember the parents quarreling over 2 children fighting. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
So after she beat you, she do all what she had to do every day. One day you decide, uncle said to you, hit back. This is where you must hit back. You did it. You did what that uncle told you.
Uh-huh.
And then her parents came to the school?
They were not, I can't say more, yes.
They came to the school?
Not the school, but the parents. Because your parents have to come pick up with their kids, right?
Yes.
So of course they meet and then they like a babier. And I remember the babier going back and forth. I remember that.
So your uncle was babier then?
My granny, uncle, he just adult stuff.
Men don't babier in school, you know.
I was 4.
Men don't babier in school. I know women are the ones going to the schoolyard and babier.
No, it was, remember, it was just a preschool at her home, remember that?
Yes,
So
I
it was
know.
just the main road. It was the main road, yeah.
But normally the men would go to the school and talk to the teacher and say, let me tell you, Miss Maud, you see XYZ lady, child, she normally hits my niece. I do not like it, so please caution her because
Oh, none of that.
But Granny, I know, would come and say, oh, voyez bagay ça, dis ça va ça, pas toucher ça va moi, parce que si toucher ça va moi, moi que fais ci, moi que fais ça. That's normally
None of them
women.
did any of that. They just pram me. They just tell me what to do. They just give me step by step what to do.
Uh-huh.
And I did. Yeah. And that's it.
Okay. And what did Miss Maud said then?
I don't remember. To be honest with you, I don't know. I was only
Okay.
4 years old. I just remember
You hit back.
what the outcome was. If I tell you anything else, I'd be making up stories. I just know that it was raucous because when they came for me, so some parents, they wait for you as soon as they say no, the day is over and then you're gone. They're waiting on you. So of course the other young lady, the other child was crying, and so the parents, they had an exchange of words. I remember that.
Okay, and
But that was it though. We played again the next day. It was
so
just
to this present day, you and that person, you're like good friends. Can you imagine?
We never even discussed it.
You must try that. You must call her one of these days. You must call her one of these days and say to her, Jade, but you remember that said day, tous les jours tu as foutu moi, tous les jours tu as foutu moi. Yon ti jou mon foutu ou la rappelé ou chien, c'est pas moi qui chien, c'est ou qui chien.
But that's the first time I had to defend myself, and it's because they taught me what to do. They told me step by step what to do, and I did it, and it turned out to be a big parent argument thing. And kids, we play next day. We were never vexed with each other after that or anything. I don't even remember much of that.
And that never happened again.
No.
Every time you close your eyes to pray, Pierce went back with you.
Not another strike.
Because she remembered even as a child. But if I hit that girl again, she's going to hit me again. She'll follow the same pattern that was taught to her. So let me leave that in peace.
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
Not another strike. Not another strike. Yeah.
So now, you would have left preschool at what age?
At 4.5, and that was the magical thing for me because my birthday is in May, so that means I should not have gone to school when I went, because usually if you're going to make 5 before I think September 30th or November, you would get to go to school. Not the following year. I was going to make 5 in May of the following year, but I still got to go to school in September when the school opened. And I remember, one thing I remember is when my granny, I think they were talking about registration, and here's what I remember. We entered that grade 1 section of the school. The school was shaped like an L. I remember that very well. And I remember the walls of the school had some numbers, and the numbers were 1 to 100, but the way they colored it, it makes it look like a ladder. And I remember counting. And I think that was one of the things that kind of went in my favor. They realized that, hey, the child knows her letters, she knows her numbers, why keep her away? So, hey, and my granny was adamant. She's like, okay, she can do it, so put her in. And so I started kindergarten, our grade 1, we would call it, at 4.5.
Now, before you continue, someone, Alison Fevrier, the Fevrier song's like a cinnamon dailies.
She's Auntie Maud's granddaughter.
Oh, she's Auntie Maud's granddaughter. She said that Lakou on Mahmoud was the preschool, the bakery, the little shop, and later the post office. I remember these lollipops and candies. And although I was young when she died, I do remember the comfort of her warm hugs and big tata.
I didn't say that. I said chest. I said broad chested.
No, she said tata.
Right. Cecil, I know the lady, you know.
You know Mahmoud?
Yeah. I know the Lakou. Mm-hmm. And the one who called Sister Fevrier.
Yeah. Alison Fevrier.
I know the Fevriers. The Fevriers.
The shop in Roseau?
They sell the
chicken food. Chicken
food. One of the sisters is a pastor in Mahu.
Yes.
One of the sisters.
Okay, and I think they have a daughter that's a doctor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know. The lady.
Okay.
I used to go there.
All right.
So that's Auntie Maud. All of this is Auntie Maud's generation. Auntie Maud kids and grandkids. Yep.
Okay.
I know the lady. She had a big breast, man.
Oh, that's why the lady said Tata.
Yeah, she had big breast.
All right.
But I don't know what you want to call it, but I know it worked for me because she would throw my head on there, and I was just happy.
So your head would go in the Tata, and you'd fall asleep. You'd feel comfortable.
I didn't say I would fall asleep. I know it was very comforting. I would stop crying for sure.
Wow. So now 4.5. You left Mammoth preschool. Auntie Maud, and then you went to primary school.
It's elementary, yes. But I was in Carrick. It was in the middle.
Hold on. I like what you just said there. You know, a lot of us forget. A lot of us have forgotten the word elementary. We normally say primary school, but I remember going to school. We said elementary, and you just said elementary school. I like that.
Elementary.
Just a reminder. I think one of these days I heard someone was reading something, and the person, Mr. Prince at the library, he used the word pupils. Long I have not heard that word, because you would have heard pupil in primary school and students at high school. No, everybody's student.
Yeah, well, the whole dynamics of the language changed, but before we know elementary school.
Yes. So you're saying that you went to elementary school?
There is elementary, yeah.
Give us the story of elementary school.
Well, I had a good time. I started grade 1 with Teacher Mary. Then I don't remember clearly, but I know when I got to standard 3, Teacher Annie was my teacher, and she skipped me to standard 5. So I kept leaving my peers behind. And that's why when I went to grammar school in 1980, well, until later I realized that I was much younger than most of my.
Let's hold on. We're not going to that distance yet.
No, but what I'm saying is that I started school at 4.5 and I got skipped. So that's 2 chances to jump ahead of my peers. That's what I'm trying to say.
So right. So you found yourself going to stage 3, standard 3. That's what it is, right?
From standard 3. So I went to grade 1, grade 2, then standard 1, standard 2, standard 3. And then you were supposed to go to standard 4 and then standard 5, but I didn't go to standard 4.
I love the way you pronounce the word standard, because when we grew up, also we said standard, and you maintain that.
Oh,
we said standard, you know. So the daily country bookie thing, that's what they call us before, is still in you, even if you live in Florida. Standard.
And you mean
don't drop it.
I can't drop my stuff. It's me. You know what I mean?
So they skipped you from
standard 3.
Standard 3 now to standard 5. So tell me, what was the expression of the other students that you would have surpassed in standard 4 into standard 5? What's the expression like? Were they?
I really don't know. I just know what it was like for me, because when I was in standard 3. I was a teacher's pet, so I got a lot of bully at the end of the day. I used to get higas. People used to fight with me all the time because the teacher would let me write names of talkers. So they would tell me, if you write my name, when we go along, you will see. So they would wait until Friday and higas Vegas. They would always fight with me. So I always was getting blows. That same cousin of mine, Hayo, who happened to write, say that she's listening, she would actually fight for me. And she was younger than me. So people had to fight for me because I couldn't, I didn't have anybody to coach me again and tell me what to do, I suppose. I don't know. So I had to get volley in standard 3. I get the most volley from people because Teacher Annie would let me write the names of talkers, because I would finish my work fast and so write the name of talkers. And I would write the names of talkers and I'd get beat all the time.
I find you come out, your picture come out. According to what the old people would say.
I have to be my teacher. My teacher asked me to write the names of those who talk.
No, but the teacher's supposed to be in the class to see those who talk, to deal with those who are talking, not you as a little child. For you to get the volley.
I finished my work. I finished early. So she asked me to write names.
But I'm not fair.
And so I would write the names and then get volley, get beat all the time. All the time they fighting me.
Well, I'm not vexed with those persons. I'm not vexed with the people that give, because I would do the same. You cannot tell me Miss not there. You writing my name for me because I talk.
Miss there. She's there. She's at her desk grading papers, and she would say, write down the names of those who talk. And then she would give them the volley. She have the ruler and she would give them the ruler.
I'm trying to wonder why that happened, because even Brain, when I went to school, from primary school or elementary school, as we would normally say, in Rosa Mixed Infant School, Rosa Girls School, a teacher would always get a student, and most times the bright student,
Because the student would have to be the what you call the monitor or the person looking out for the troublemakers, and normally that student would, at the age of 15, depending on what age you left school, you'd probably become a teacher there as well. So some people at 15 years, I remember teacher Bruni becoming a teacher at the age of 15. So some of them became teachers.
So by virtue of that, they would have used the students that are very bright, to take down names of talkers.
Right. Yes.
Or why not teach in the class?
Well, some of them even taught, and when they left school, some of them at the time at 15 years, because some couldn't go beyond 15 if they did not go secondary, and they became teachers. They became pupil teachers.
But Doc, you're not the only person who was in that dilemma, because I know even going to school in Roseau, that the guys that were smart were very or people who were very intelligent were persons who could not really defend themselves when they were approached by other students. So you were not alone, and so whenever a child who is a talkative in class would always be the fighter. They would have been the one identified as the fighter, and sometimes because you know that you're the fighter, what you would have done, you would talk and challenge that person. Well, we didn't have nothing like monitor and prefect. Right. They were not called. The teacher would just say, well, Cecil, you write the names.
Right. And then you get blows.
And you get the volley.
You get blows because...
And you say, write my name and you will see. Write my name and
that is it. Write my name and you'll see. Just write my name.
And you get blicks.
And then you either in a deep hole where when you write my name, you'll get the volley after. You'll get the volley most times at 3:40. Those days, what?
Yes. And sometimes you just whoop, you just feel whoop on your back and they take off. You can't do nothing. And sometimes you just cry. What you gonna do? And you're gonna tell the teacher next day they'll get a volley and you're gonna get another volley again. So what?
So you know what I'm saying?
Take your blows quietly.
You take your blows quietly.
Just take your blows and stop.
So you're not. I'm sure that there are many people who are listening who remember those days, where they would be the monitors for the teacher, and then you'd get a volley when you put... And mark you, unless you don't have 10 names, the teacher not telling you to bring the paper yet, You have to have 10 names. I don't know how the teacher know you have 10 names.
You have to have the names, man.
Just have the names, 10 names.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
So you getting a volley from 10 people. And if you had a little way to defend yourself, that's when you'd hear the higas.
I know.
Because for you have to now start to defend yourself. Because every after getting blows, so one day you'll try to defend yourself and you're he gas, big gas.
And it was mostly Friday afternoon and they were smart. They would collect it for Friday afternoon. Yes. Friday afternoon is a long weekend. You can't have them go. So you probably wouldn't get volley whole week. But when Friday comes,
you get it.
You just know. You don't even know when you're gonna get it to say you can walk with somebody else. It's whoop.
And you're not even sure who's going to give it to you. But I know some of them what they used to do, especially those in Rosa Girls School. I remember when I was in 3A in Rosa Girls School, that there was a particular student that was doing that for Mr. Winston.
Oh yeah, Winston.
Reginald Winston. No, what's this?
Reginald Winston.
Reginald Winston. And when that would have been done, that particular student would wait for Mr. Winston when he's going home. So we carry him volley. He was a bright guy.
So he's waiting for protection.
So waiting for him protection. You check. And everybody waiting outside the gate by ministry. In those days there was no fence by ministry.
They're waiting for you.
Waiting for you. But next thing, you and Mr. Winston coming out from the yard. No volley for you. So Doc, you were not bright enough to understand that.
Yeah. I didn't have a guard. We were elementary, remember? It was no high school people, It's elementary. By that time, I must have been 9-ish. So it's like you just, going home and just get your volley on a Friday. Every Friday, you just get in your volley. So
tell us a little bit now of the yard that you lived in. I know that you would have played, even at primary school or elementary school, as you said earlier on, you would have played skip. And also ring games, marbles, T-Mama. Give us a little something of those yards that you would have been involved.
So I just want to just mention. So when I started, although I started living with my grandma from under 1 year old. When I started elementary at 4.5, I used to have lunch at my mom's. So I'd see my mom every day and my other siblings. Because I am one of 8. I'm number 3. So all my other siblings, I'd see them lunchtime. We would all have lunch together. So that was one Lakou during lunch. Whether you get to play. My older brother was awesome at getting nuts. The cashew, what we call nuts. So I used to, nut marble. We would get to play those in that Lakou at my mom's.
Zaman nuts, right?
Yes, the not, but yeah, not Zaman.
Cashew.
Zaman.
Cashew.
Yeah. No, not Zaman, but Zaman is Zaman.
Okay. The cashew.
Yeah.
The cashew.
The plum.
Okay. Yeah.
It has a plum. We used to eat the plum part of it.
Yes. Well, it's the cashew.
Yeah, cashew, but we used to call it nut. Right. So all of those kind of things like marbles and nut, I'd get that from my mama side because my older brother was good at getting those nuts and everything else. So you always looking forward to have your little nuts to hang, even if he used to give us the ones that shaking, because it's like, give you the one, pass on the one that he doesn't need. But still, we always, that was one yard. And then at home by my granny where I grew up now, her yard was a big one. We had a big yard and people would come we had student children coming up to play marbles, to play nut. I remember when I was even younger, before common entrance time, before Hurricane David, if I have to look at before Hurricane David, the bigger girls, because my neighbor was a bit older, they would come up and they would play jump rope. Nighttime, they would do ring games, kunacha, all those, there's a brown girl in the ring, you name it. My yard was the big yard on a moonlit night. Later on, we started playing things like I Declare, hopscotch, just you name it. And we do the hand games as well, where you have to do, let me see if I can think of one. We would say things like, dong dong baby, sitting by the riverside, sweet, sweet baby, I will never let you go, sugar, sugar, cocoa. So we would move our hands and do the, tap, tap hands. Kids do it now, but they do things like, the most recent I think I heard them talking about is shame, shame, shame. I don't want to go to Mexico no more. But anyway, we had those. Maybe they can put it in the chat if they and Facebook can tell us some of the ones that we played. But it was a lot of hand games during those times. So in the Lakou at home, it was mostly marbles, skip, nut, hopscotch, and later on, it started evolving into other things. But the basic ones, when I was way younger, that's what we did.
Someone just said, her name is Pandora Philip. She said, by my house in La Roche, still have a nut tree.
Yes. Listen, this is so historic. And I don't know if I just want to shout them out for that. Pandora and Rufina and that family. That nut tree was there from the time I was a child, hanging over the tree. And they've rebuilt their home. They have a mansion and they kept the nut tree safe. And I want to tell them kudos for that, because that nut tree, only today, my cousin in England sent me a picture of that nut tree to see how tall it has gotten, and it's there. And I just want to tell them congratulations for maintaining a historic tree.
You were saying that if kind of emotions. I mean, I wish those who are actually listening, could have seen that kind of expression that you have given, saying to that family, thank you so very much for maintaining that tree.
Yeah, because people cut down everything. You don't want to build a house and you just cut down what's in your way. And they have kept that tree. I mean, I have a picture. My cousin just sent the picture about an hour before the show. He sent the picture to me. And actually, it was right across from the preschool. So I remember it because it's right there. You come from the preschool, you climb down the cross, and that nut tree was right there, and it's still there. I am a lot older than 4 right now, and the nut tree is still there.
And another person, Davidson Hille, he said, nice listening to you and the program. And good to see you after a very, very long time always
Yeah.
my smart cousin. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Another person
Thank you.
said
Thank you.
Rongdas, that you all played Rongdas. Rita
Yes.
Thomas said they were the best days ever.
Yes.
So,
Yes, we played Rounders. I played. I mean, I don't want to boast, but I did a good job with Rounders. I was to score like top score on my team when we played Rounders. By that time, it was high school time already, but I did well with Rounders too when I played for Dailies. Yep. We
so
used
you
to go
said that
everybody.
you said that your yard was the biggest yard, and during the moonlight, a lot of people would have come in and play the games if you all and the family. Give us a sense of what was happening in the yard.
So, as I tell you again, before Hurricane David, I was 11. So everything before Hurricane David is like I'm 9, 10. So I'm giving you, when I tell you things that happened in the yard before Hurricane David, I'm giving you from the perspective of a 10-year-old or 11-year-old. And so my neighbor, Seraphine Tutufi, she was older. So her Muriel and all the others from Lower Victoria, all those other grown-up girls or older girls, I would call them, they would come up to our yard and play. And I remember them just playing, just having this big ring. I mean, it was just the most beautiful thing. And that's why I remember it so well, because so many people don't remember a few things in their lives because it was just not memorable. But for me, it was because they would come up and play in the moonlit nights, sing all those games, the songs, and I mean, I would have had to write them down to remember them. And that's one of the things, projects I think I'm going to do one of those days. I'm going to write a book that says the games we played. I don't know if there's one by that title before already, but I just preparing for this session with you, I posted quite a few things on Facebook and people had so many things to say. And I'm like, oh my God, nobody plays those anymore. One person said, these kids are inside on their computers and they do nothing. And I think maybe if we have something that's in writing somewhere, the games we played, maybe somebody can take it up as a project, go to schools and maybe just teach kids. They don't have to do it every day, but just learn how we did it. Skipping was another one. I mean, I remember when we skipped, in school especially, you had the big girls with the heavy rope, and then you had the ones for the cheche, the younger ones like myself. Because if you go on that big rope, if they see still you're in trouble. Because they were the big girls, they played with the big rope. And so you had to know your place. You don't go in the big girls' quarters. You stayed in your little area. And so it was, I remember those times. Marbles, the same thing. You played with your age group. Because if you go with the bigger girls, they'll win you. You'll get knocks. Your dollar will get swollen. So you don't want to, even if it's calabash we were using, is calabash we call it? Not cal. What we call those little
Calbas.
Kalbas, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah. So
calbas.
even if it's that you were using, it still would hurt and swell. So you want to make sure that you go with your age group. Otherwise, you will get cliché, according to how we used to say it. And then you would just not stop getting knocks. You know what I mean?
Matthew Christian said by Ma Loan had a tree by the road, and
Yes.
your cousin Big Boss Jeff Joe is listening in Anguilla, and he said big up cause, and also Pandora Phillips said my family never cut a branch from the tree just by respecting my grandmother Irish.
Yes. And that is so awesome. And I pray that they pass that on to their other generations so that after they too are gone, that the others after them will know that they should not cut down that tree.
And they
It
said,
is an iconic tree. It is maybe the only tree that stayed up.
and apparently
I mean, Hurricane David passed. Think about it. And that tree is there. So that is an iconic tree, and they should not cut it. And pass it on to their generation so that the others do not cut it either.
And Del James said, I remember her for her Madras head ties. That's Miss Iris. So quite a number of persons I might be remembering her for other things. No, tell me a little bit about Ma Wilmot Lakou. It sounds, because I read through with some persons, some dailies, and they were talking about Ma Wilmot Lakou.
So people in Musha the way would have to tell you about Ma Wilmot Lakou. I know who Ma Wilmot was, but I didn't live in Dailies. So that would be the people who lived in Dailies. So anybody listening now from Dailies who was in Mount Wilmot, Lakou, go ahead and post something so that Cecil or Mr. Adams can see and read up on. So I know more about Victoria because that's where I grew up, but I do know of Mount Wilmot.
And what
I
about
think she was the lady who made the peppermints too. She, I remember her for her peppermint. That's what I remember her for, but not for her Lakou because I didn't live in their area.
and someone told me to ask you about Upper Carib Yard. Tell us
Yes.
about Upper Carib Yard.
So Upper Carib is where I am. As I told you, I had 2 yards. So I grew up in Victoria. That was where we had weekends and holidays and everything else. But I also had lunch in Carib, and so there were times I'd go up to my mom's. So Upper Carib was totally different. It was another, just mostly cousins this time. So most of my cousins, the same thing. We would play nuts, it became more like hopscotch and I declare and those kind of things. But Upper Carib was another of my Lakou too. So I had both experiences, the Victoria experience and the Carib experience, because I had, times in both. For Carib, for me, was more the time when I did things that I was a little much, I would say, for example, at home with my grandma, our garden was always close to the house. So I didn't have to go far for wood or far for anything else.
So you,
But when I went to my mom's house now, they had to go far, like Belvedere and Ocean Way for food and stuff like that. So I had to carry things. I remember once my stepfather putting something on my head and on my neck. God doesn't even know how to carry it. He'd say, "Kufeb."
wait, take a
Because it's
people
just- I
call you
wasn't
Kufeb,
used-
Take a people call you
Huh?
Kufeb, as of today.
Say that again?
Take a people call you Kufeb, doctor.
But Cecil, one of the things that I find right now,
No, it's okay. But it was just different. So
And I'm just going to say something.
yeah, I'm saying that one of the things that I find now, not many people can carry load on their head.
well, it's
Especially-
because I don't think it's because I couldn't. I think I had to learn. Because at home, in where I grew up, everything was right there. The garden was right around the house. When you have a land right around your house, and then the wood was not far, it was little load, you don't have to be. But he would be putting the load on my head, and he'd find my head not steady, and he'd say, money kufe. But I just had to learn how to put it on there, make the cutter well, and then steady it properly.
Right.
So with time, I was able to get it done. But it was a little challenge for me, and I didn't like mud either.
You said Carter.
Catterwell. She said Catterwell.
No, she said she would do Carter well. That doesn't mean that was the full name. But Carter was the
A tosh.
a tosh.
A tosh,
right,
I know,
right.
it's the tosh.
The tosh that they would put on your
Yeah,
head.
you have to make the
carry,
tosh for it to be
to
like
balance whatever you
Balance
carry on
the
your
load,
head.
whatever.
So there's a technique to do it. You have to make it with a hole like a hen, like a hen's nest. You have to make it like that so that whatever you're putting on there can sit and balance properly. Otherwise, if you just do it any old how, it's gonna be falling off and you're gonna be having more trouble. So you have to take your time and do a good cut.
And some of them we're using either khaki cloth or madras, the thin ones.
No,
cut
any
it.
shirt,
Any shirt.
Any shirt?
anything you had, yeah,
anything, your
man.
pants, anything.
Yeah.
And Granny would have done it for you or yourself.
Well, eventually you get to you do it magic all the time, and then they just snatch it from you and do it the right way. Yeah, you just have it like that. You don't just give up and say do it for me. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You
But
try, and then they see you doing nonsense. You just grab it and then just do it right and give it to you. So yeah.
But also too we use the fig leaf
Yes.
to do it.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
remember?
you do that too.
Yes,
Yeah.
we use the fig leaf to do it too,
But let me ask a question.
Yes.
Do you remember the type of wood you carried?
So for me again, because we didn't go far, of course. So it was mostly for me. It was boaden, because once somebody break boaden right behind the house area, Noel, we would go and get that. Other big wood like bois diab and boaba, my uncle would bring that. So all the big heavy stuff, he would bring the big planks. He would split them right in the yard. So I never had to carry all that kind of a heavy stuff. It was just the simple ones from near the yard. That's why, somebody said to me earlier on, oh, you never carry wood. Well, yes, I did. It's just not the ones that you all did. So So I had, I don't want to say what kind of, yeah, but you judge. I don't know what to say.
So,
But yes, I did carry wood. It's just not far.
as we were talking about the cat, some person said that I see the Haitians are using that, but Haitians have always been using that. That's a black people things from
Yeah, culture
Africa.
from Africa.
From Africa, it came
Yeah.
from
But the
from
young
Africa.
people now can't do that.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
I,
them.
I have not seen them done it, but I'm sure the country young people are actually doing it. Rhoda St. Louis said that Marcella, you are remembering a lot of things.
Right.
And another person said that Ma Wilmoth yard was always kept well swept in so that you all could go and play the games underneath the house.
Let me
without
ask
having
you-
to bend your head.
Let me ask her one more question, and then she'll.
Yes.
Did you ever see the content on your back? Did you?
Of course, of course. My grand uncle actually made them. Uncle Toy, he made cotton. He used to make them with the whatever that material was. You beat it and do all this kind of stuff, and he would make cotton. People would come and buy them from him. So I do know the cotton, yeah.
So someone said that you were grandma queen or princess. Sorry.
I like to say princess, but it wasn't all that. And I want to say kudos to my cousins because I think they helped me take up that leadership role. Because while it is true, I must have been my grandma's queen because I was the only one with her until my brother came when I was 6. My younger brother came when I was 6 years old. But every summer, my cousins would come. Hayo is one of them. Every summer, I was responsible for 6 people. I had to bathe every one of them. And I was only 3 years older than the eldest one. And I had to take care of them. So, yes, I was the queen or princess, if you want to call it, when it was just the two of us and Granny. But when everybody else came, I was the one that couldn't get the pancake bowl to lick because I was the older one. Not much older, by the way. So maybe 8, and I'm taking care of all the others. So it was, some people like to look down on things like that. And I embrace it because I think it made me into that leader that I am. I like to take charge when I'm in a place, and I don't find any problem doing it. And I think it came from that. It stemmed out of me having to line up 6 children and bathe them every day for summer. As soon as school closed on a Friday, from Saturday, their parents would send them up, 3 of them, and then my 2 other cousins in the village, just down from us, my uncle's sons. I was responsible for all of them, and my brother, who was 6 years younger than I am.
Kimara Matthew said that she's listening. This nut tree is still by my great grandmother's yard. Auntie Rufina and family now lives there. So and Kimara is living in Roseau. So I didn't know that Kimara had family in Delis, and this program gets me to know that. So Kim, the next time I speak to you, you have to tell me a little bit more about that tree. So maybe she herself had a lot in that nut tree.
It is an iconic tree. It is a very iconic tree. It is. It is an iconic tree.
So now the yard that you lived in, your grandmother's yard, it would have taught you a lot of lessons, I'm sure.
A lot.
And some of the lessons that it would have taught you would be what?
Okay, so I know that there were some things that were very unique to us. We had a grapefruit tree in there that I cannot forget. Hurricane David is the one that took that tree and went with it. I don't know where it brought it, but Hurricane David took that one grapefruit tree. We had a big grapefruit tree in the back, and the hurricane took it. But we had everything. We grew okras, sorrel. You see the castor seed in the hand by my granny. We had castor seed trees. My granny would make castor oil. She would make the cocoa. We had cocoa pods right along the ravine. We would go. In other words, we had everything close by. We didn't have to go far for stuff. When we went far, like in the ravines and stuff, like we had Jungle Bay was that Point Milat area, it was for crabs. So crab hunting and tululu. The first time I got my finger beaten by a tululu, it was catching tululu with Granny and her old friends. But
hold on. Did you say PCJ? Did you say that?
Wait. No, wait. I'll tell you the story on that one. I have a whole story on it. I didn't care for patois at that time because, as I told you, I was a teacher's pet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in those days, patois was forbidden. You were not supposed to speak patois. So I didn't care to learn it either. But I was always around them. And I remember one of them asking, Kimun Kini Pisa. I will never forget that. I have a whole story written on it. And then Ma Rosalind, maybe her children, one of her children is listening right now, Cherry. She is the one who said she had pizza. And let me tell you, you can imagine what's going on, right? My grandmother has my finger there trying to make that pizza fall on my finger. And I'm like, hell no, not falling on my finger today. She had to snatch my hand and make sure that pipi fell on my finger. But these were the kind of things I experienced with being with older people. Because my granny was, when I was born, my granny was already 55. So by the time I'm 8, you know how old she is. So these are all women in their 60s. And I am the little 8-year-old with them going to catch Tululu. So I was around them a lot. So Nivwe, Tululu, you know, they have to pong Nivwe to get the lush and stuff like that. Yes, I wasn't the, you know what to say, gum, the one with all the more gum than the normal 8-year-old would have. But I got opportunities to jump and skip on stone to stone and just make sure that I was careful, pretty much. And so I was around them a lot. I was around old, grown folks more than I was around young adults.
Once said that gadgets may be important, but when children constantly watch a screen, that's not good for their eyes. We used to socialize in those days, but some people have become selfish by using these devices. They take a lot from the family spending quality time together.
Let me ask her, that pizza, old woman, she going to put pee on your hand, or she's going to put the pizza? She going to pee, raise up her dress and pee on you?
Yeah, she was peeing and the pee was finishing and she say, see one pizza, I can finish. My grandmother grabbed my hand and just make sure that pee fall on my hand.
And what was the reason for that? For the crab to release you? Huh? For the crab to release you, or the crab already bit you?
The crab already released me, but I'm supposed to stop the blood. I don't know.
Oh,
but people they still do that though. I was watching Bear Grylls the other day, and they did it. Just pee on something when something bites you. So it works, I suppose. So they was this smart. Those old folks are smart. They know everything.
First time I'm hearing this one, eh?
Yeah, your pee on, you get bitten.
Oh yeah, yep.
And the pee on it.
Yep.
Kimun Kini Pisa. That's what was it? Kimun Kini Pisa. Well, I know we would say PJZA. But
yeah, but
I'm learning this one
after it dropped, yeah, she does. First thing they asked me, Kimun Kini Pisa, and then pipi, and that pipi coming down on me.
It was hot, right? It was hot.
Male pisa me from Pisa, my grandmother just grab my hand and just
Parce que pisa ka fini.
Yeah.
Ka gaspiller pisa.
Élève moun ka pisse. C'est autant pisse.
Someone said that is really dung. Someone said that is really dung memory lane, boy. Pisa is dung memory lane.
I suppose if it was memorable, that's why I remember it. You know, I remember it well. And going up the river, I didn't like the lush. It was too slimy. I wouldn't touch it. So it was just a lot of things that I wouldn't. Like you'd find kids maybe grow up and they could go ahead and catch the lush and whatever. I never was able to do that and I wasn't allowed to. Granny, very, very protected. She protected me a lot. Make sure that down to swimming. I never learned to swim. I mean, we would go to wash on a Saturday and all the kids up in bath saying, baby, not me. I have to sit right there. I can't go. I have to stay where she can see me. So I never had the opportunity to free up in the bathroom like all the other kids did. And I always say, well, I didn't learn to swim. That's the one thing, but I'm not going to beat on her for that. I think it's because of her overprotectiveness of just making sure that I was fine.
Esther John Baptist said, I did everything you guys are talking about. I left La Roche at 55 years. I left La Roche 55 years ago. I don't know her, but she's talking about the village life I grew up in.
Wow.
She doesn't know you. You all did not lime together, but the same thing that you would have been brought up doing,
yeah.
she herself did it 55 years ago.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You know, that's really amazing. The community life. Now let's go back a bit to the school because we have been talking about the yard. So now you are in elementary school. You are in standard 5.
Uh-huh.
Okay, preparing for, as we call it that time, common entrance. What was
No, not yet. You have to go one more to get to common entrance.
Okay,
You have to go to
grade 6.
standard whatever the next one.
Standard 6. It was
Yeah.
no. It was standard 6. No,
Grade 6.
it was
We
no.
said
six,
grade
grade
6.
7.
I don't know, but I had to go one up more because I remember Peter Augustine was my teacher in standard 5, and I had to go up
So
one
hold
more.
on. So you had standard 5, and you had standard 6.
Yeah, you had
I
standard
don't know
7.
what
I thought it's
it
standard- I thought it's
I think
standard
it
5.
changed, no.
I thought it's
It
standard-
changed to grade 7 by then. I don't know. I think it changed to. Ask somebody,
So
but I
standard
just knew
5.
it wasn't.
Yeah,
You go to
because
standard 5 in the old days to write the common entrance.
because in my time you had to sit the common entrance at standard 4.
No, in my time, standard 5.
Well, standard 5, yes. Miss Hamlet was in standard 5.
Standard 5,
Yeah,
right.
Miss Hamlet, standard 5.
Right.
So you would have sat your common entrance in
Standard
standard
5.
5. And
And then
you were saying that you sat common entrance at what? Standard.
I think they call it grade 7 by then. I don't know.
Grade 7. no.
Oh, so by the time that you sat common entrance in 80, after the hurricane, it would have changed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it changed right after the hurricane.
Grade 7.
And but so when I went to standard 5 now, that was where I got the shock of my life. Remember I skipped a grade. So I was not the smartest person in my class when I got to standard 5. I was not the best reader. I struggled. And I remember clearly what they would do, they would put us in groups, reading groups. We were reading the readers. And I remember when Peter Augustine Ruffin, my dear friend, he placed me in the last reading group. I will not forget that. Well, guess what? And that last reading group had only boys. I can remember some of them right now. And that gave me a wake-up call. I think I went home and learned to read by force. Because I did not want to be in
Hold that for that song's very interesting. Let me hear what that person has to say on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller. I don't think I have the same experience of last
You
week
don't have it.
with the telephone. I'm not so sure. I'm sorry, can't get the person on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Well, I'm not so sure. Dean, if you're hearing me, please, I'd really appreciate tonight that I do not want to have that same problem that I had last week with the telephone. So if you're listening to me, Dean, wherever you are, I would like you to get to the studio to help us with the telephone tonight. That's very important.
Right, but you mentioned a very interesting name, Peter R. Augustine.
Yes, I was going to come to that. That's why I tell you that. So Peter was your class teacher.
My grade 5 teacher, yeah.
Common
And I remember some awesome things from that class. The Heights by Great Men Rich and Kept. We had to write that every Friday as penmanship. And that's why I know that from Longfellow up to now. The Heights by Great Men Rich and Kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upwards in the night. We had to write that every Friday for penmanship.
Peter,
And so I remember that from his class. I also learned poems by, there was an Indian who had, that poem we learned in standard 5.
The Indian boy.
A lot of art. I mean, he was just, I think he's the one that probably got me to like humanities. The snake, Mayambe, Bombay, Sentimaya, the snake. I mean, I remember those poems. So if I sit, I can remember all of them and recite them because I learned them from his class. So he was very good at that. But I got good blows for two things, spelling and long division. So I used to get that little thick part of my hand, alas. But I learned to read better in his class because I did not want to be in that group with boys only. By the time he decided to double check on his groups, I was no longer on the last group for grade 5. Remember, I skipped a grade. So when I skipped grade 4, it's like I am still reading on the 3rd grade level. So I'm coming up to standard 5 now, and I have to catch up. So I had to really work hard to make sure I was not sitting in a group with all those boys again. And guess what? You bet I made sure that that wasn't happening. And I got out of that group like super fast. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought I lost you all. Okay. Yeah, so pretty much that was it. And then from that class, we went up to seventh grade. And by the time I get to seventh grade, I had 3 chances at common entrance. So the first one I didn't pass, and the second one was right after Hurricane David, and all of us passed. We started our school was destroyed, demolished. Well, not totally demolished, but not suitable for school. And so we were at the Daily Pentecostal Church. That's where we had school. And so we had 2 shifts, the morning shift and the afternoon shift. So the smaller grades were in the morning, as well as the common entrance class was in the morning. And then the later grades were in the afternoon. And we sat exams. They sent 15 of us to do the exam. And I don't think it has ever replicated itself. All 15 of us passed. We had 5 scholarships. I don't remember how many bursaries and how many passes, but all of us passed.
That's amazing, and I like the story that you gave, that you moved from standard 3 to standard 5. On arrival in standard 5, you were not the best student.
Nope.
You were not the best reader. But here goes a teacher who wanted you to be the best reader and place you among boys. That was a blessing in disguise.
It made me buck up because I didn't want to be sitting among boys. I did not want to be in that group. And those boys, they didn't care. It's like they didn't really want to do it. I don't know. But I hated it. And so I made sure that I read a lot. And at that time, our library was the Catholic Church, had its library, a little house right outside the nuns' home. And that was the library. And I lived there. It's like every time they were open for books, I was there. I would sit there on a little stool. I would read and take, when it's time to leave, take one and go with it. But I loved reading because I had to hurry up. I had to get out from among the boys. So I had to do something about it.
So Peter R. Augustine, being your teacher, did he threaten you to ensure that you learn to read? What did he do to ensure that you read well?
He just put me in with boys. That's all. I don't think he knew that that made a difference. He was as I told you, he really made me love literature because all of the poems that I still remember were from that class. I do not remember poems from any other class but the ones I learned in Standard 5.
And so you were preparing for common entrance, a year before. You get into sixth grade, that's what they call it?
Grade 6.
Or grade 6.
I think they call it grade 7 at this time. I don't know why
grade 7 now.
I think that's when it changed. I think that's when it changed because if you remember well, we had we had standard 1 and then stage 1. So it really was, it was 5 classes. So that's 6 classes actually, but one was called standard and one was called stage. So you really had 6 classes going from grade 1 all the way to standard 5. So that's why the following year when they changed it to grade 7, it was not odd because they already had 6 grades going from stage 1 all the way to standard 5. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I follow you.
Yeah, so it wasn't odd. So it was grade 7. We went to grade 7. That's when they changed the whole grading system or grade numbering naming system, I think. And I was in that class and I get blows too because, alas, I could not do long division. And yes. I wasn't very good at spelling. So those 2 areas were just blows for me, man.
You could not do long division. Doesn't matter what the teacher does, you would not have gotten long division.
Long division was just I don't know why, but I used to struggle with long division. I remember that.
So that means you did not know your timetables.
Huh?
That means you did not know your timetables.
Maybe it just didn't make sense. I don't know. But I loved books. I loved reading. That was my comfort spot.
So when you get home now, your grandmother, what knowing that she loves to read, what would she do to you if she knew that you could not have read that well?
I don't know that she knew. I was always reading. Maybe I just wasn't reading on the level. So it's not that I couldn't read. I just couldn't read on the class level.
Okay.
So for example, I was top of my standard 3 class, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I went to standard 5, I was no longer top. It's not that I couldn't read. I just couldn't read on that grade level.
Okay.
So I had to buck up. I had to read. And my granny was good at buying those Watchtower and those kind of books. She always had those. She just used to buy it from those people when they come, give them 25 cents or whatever cents or penny or whatever it is she used to give them. And then I just always used to, those things you just dabble in them. You know, I had a big nursery rhyme books with all of the Rumpelstiltskin and all of those books. So I had a lot of reading stuff at home. My aunt was in St. Martin at the time, Curacao at one time. So she sent those things. So I had a lot more resources than the average child. So I had things to read, board games. I even had a typewriter that I never learned to type on. But the thing is, I had a lot of resources, so I had every reason to succeed. And then I saw my granny reading all the time. So if you see her reading, what are you gonna do? You're gonna read too, right?
That's correct.
Right.
No. Are these buildings that you spoke of earlier on, the library and so on, are they still there?
No, well, Hurricane David toppled the library that was in front of the nun's house. What I found out though was that the house that they used for the registrar, where you get your
Birth
where you
certificate?
went to get your birth certificate, yes. I think they transformed it into a library. I don't know much, but that was after my time. But Hurricane David did break that little house. But that's where Sister Alusha, Sister Yvette,
What about
that's
Sister
where
Anita?
Sister Anita was just the other day, please. I'm talking about my time before
Yes.
Hurricane David.
Uh-huh.
Sister Anita wasn't there, but that was very recent. Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm talking about before Hurricane David. Everything I'm talking about is before 79.
Okay.
So those nuns, and Joyce came in around that time too. But we had a lot of others. We had Helen, we had you know, Anita, we had Catherine, we had lots of other nuns. But because there was a nun, how you call it when a place where nuns live, I don't know if you call it a convent. But
The convent?
so the priests lived in Lapin, but the nuns lived in La Roche.
Okay.
So we had the nuns convent. Yes, the nuns convent was in La Roche. So yeah, we had all those nuns and we had that book. And God bless them for doing that, because we were able to get books. They had specific afternoons that they opened. We would get a book, and on Saturdays, I remember that very well. And they would close on summertime. I don't know why, but I think it's because they could always send announcements to the school to say time to bring back your books and stuff like that. And summertime it wasn't the same, because I remember that clearly because I broke my tooth when they asked to bring the books in back, because it was going to be summer. And I didn't know what ASAP means, as soon as possible. I didn't know what that meant. So when I went home and I told my granny, well, they said to bring the books back as soon as possible, and I have to go back now. And me, I just always want to follow the rules, always want to be right. And so she said, well, as soon as possible, which means I can go tomorrow. And I said, no, they said as soon as possible. So I grabbed my book and I'm running down the road, and I run down to the nun's place, but they're already in having their dinner. And I'm calling out, and then there are 2 dogs, a brown and a black, start bouncing over to me. And I'm thinking I can outrun the dogs. And I tried, and guess what? Fell on the little palapot l'église, right on that piece of concrete, because I'm trying to go around the church. And that's how I end up with a broken tooth.
To this present day?
That I still have to bleach every 2 years to make sure it doesn't keep getting yellow.
Oh, wow.
But and patch it. I have to patch to make sure that it's not.
So that is good memory, right? Mm-hmm. Every time you pass by that church, you remember that?
You can't forget that. You can't forget it. And I think it was just a love for books. I always wanted books and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When I passed my exams and I went to town, I got the culture shock though, because the reading level was higher. And I just didn't care for reading for fun anymore, because those big books that they gave me were just hard to read, so cannot just change my whole idea.
So tell me, I need to know your first trip to Roseau? From Daly's to Roseau, your first trip. When was that? If you remember.
I was always in town. I don't know. I mean, when I look at pictures, my aunt had an album she sent down, and I remember seeing my picture. And the reason I could remember the picture at Dipex, I remember the umbrellas. When I flipped the picture over, it said 2.5. So I don't remember anything about driving to town, but I remember them putting me on a chair, a tall chair with big umbrellas. And that was just so clear in my head. But we were always in town. My granny went to town. Every time she went to town, she took me with her. She didn't leave me behind.
So you're Guanja then? You're Guanja in Daly's then?
Huh?
You're Guanja in Daly's?
I wouldn't say that. She had her daughter was away, so when I don't know, but my granny does, I don't know. I mean, that's all she have is just me. What's she gonna do? Leave me behind for who? So there were times when she went and she didn't want to take me. She would leave me with the neighbors down the road, or I would be at my mom's if it was gonna be for a long time. But most times she took me with her.
Okay, give me your first experience. Your first experience coming to Roseau. I just want to know that. Your first experience.
At high school, maybe, but not as just coming to Roseau. Maybe coming to Livingston. I can tell you about that.
In a while.
Every other time
in a while, you'll tell me about that.
Say again?
In a while, you'll be telling me about that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't have any. Maybe it wasn't memorable. I don't know. I just remember us going to town always and going to my uncle's house. They were right there by Favory and them on that street. What's that street?
Talking about Queen Mary Street, now called Independence Street.
The one on the riverbank, the one after the riverbank.
River Street.
River Street.
Yeah.
So we would that's where the truck would put us down, and then we would just go in there. They always had this nice I like the bread. I remember Eltina, she was there. They had that wine thingy they used to make down there. I remember going into the downstairs and seeing those big barrels because they made wine. But that's pretty much it. I just know having this recollection of being in certain places. Right. On the way to town, I always had to sit on somebody's lap because it was, truck. But to say that was the first, I can't tell you about first because we did it all the time. I don't know.
Right. No, that big barrel of wine says so was the Ducre wine,
Yes, the Ducres. I used to be right there in the downstairs playing hide and seek right around those barrels. Yep.
Buko.
That is something else.
Yep.
Rita said that she never knew about your teeth. She's getting to know about for the first time.
Muriel Etienne.
Muriel just said that. Muriel just said, I'm not sure read what Muriel said. Muriel said something about she was actually there. That's what she said.
Yeah, she would remember that broken tooth.
Muriel said, I was there. Fielder dogs gave her a scratch. She said that she was there. Muriel Etienne said she was there.
Yeah. I broke those two of them. They're right there. I have to take care of them. Otherwise, I have to replace them one day maybe. But for now, I just keep patching them up.
Yes.
So if I bite into a bone and it breaks, I just go back to the dentist and put it back.
No. Let us speak a bit of preparing for common entrance. You have to sit common entrance. If you pass, you have to come to Roseau. Some people had fear of the common entrance, especially you come out over in the east, and you have to sit that exam and to see how well you could do to compare with all of the other students in Dominica. Tell us about your experience in that class prior to you sitting the exams or preparing for that exams.
Yeah, I think I touched on it briefly because I told you I got a lot of blows for IB for E and sometimes B for C or whatever. I don't even like to think about that because that was trauma. But it was a lot of just practice, and I had done it once before. Remember, I had a first chance. So I would have had 3 chances at the common entrance because of how early I went to school, and that skipping again gave me 3 chances at the common entrance. I passed on the second time, but it was just basic. We had to just drilling, to write the science portion. It was 4, of course, all the time. Was it 4 or 2? I don't remember clearly. But it was a lot of math and reading, and the math was just I had to really focus hard on that one. But I did well. I came out number 35. I remember that number. I wouldn't forget that number at all because I had a scholarship.
Glow Simon said, "Love being around my auntie."
Okay, cool.
So,
Yeah,
so,
but yeah.
so now you came out, you went, you sat that exam. Give me the experience that you would have had having to bring your name, because some persons have given me the experiences when they had to bring their names to the school, and they found out that that's the first time that they knew their real name. So give me if you had that experience.
For me, it was the common entrance time, and it was the first time, not the second time. So the first time when the teacher called names, because you had to call, the class sometimes have 30 people, and she just pick, and they only pick 15, or 10 or 5 or whatever. And so I remember the first time I thought I didn't hear my name, and so I was already crying. The tears were all the way down at my chin already. And then I remember the teacher saying, "Oh, your parents don't tell you all that tell you all your names and no, blah, blah, blah." But the truth is, I knew my name was Martha. I knew that from way back when, but it's just that nobody had called me Martha. So when she called Martha Joseph, because that's what was on my birth paper, I thought she didn't call my name. So from then, I started paying attention to my name being Martha Joseph. When I went to school in town, it wasn't a problem because I knew that already. But when I would go to the ministry to get my $49.50 check, scholarship check.
But to hold on, if you're moving fast on me, you know, I talking about, and then we'll talk about the $49 check. I know you're excited to talk about that $49 check, I suspect.
No, not really, but I was just telling you when my name, because she would ask, "What's your name?" And I would say, "Ma." And she'd say, "A big girl like you don't know your name?" But she doesn't realize that I'm going to say Marcella, but I mean, I'm supposed to say Martha, because that's what's on her paper. Yeah, but that was the only time in town that I had to struggle with my name being Martha or Marcella. But I always knew my name was Marcella M. Joseph, and I knew M was Martha from a child. It's just that nobody had called me Martha, so I just didn't pay attention to when it called. I didn't hear my name. I was waiting to hear Marcella. You know.
So basically, sometimes in those days, when your parents would have said to you Marcella, you would have thought that Marcella is the first name, but basically Marcella would have been the second name, and Martha would be the first. So the birth certificate, they would have used the name on the birth certificate, which would have been Martha. And that's where the problem would have been. So you had two problems. One, your great-grandfather had to be given the surname Etienne to Joseph. And now you're confused about Marcella and Martha. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
to get your true identity.
Marcella it was a baptismal name. It's still a religious name. So yeah.
Okay, Marcella. So you're saying to me that Marcella was given to you by your nenen?
Yes.
By your godmother in church?
Yeah, and you know what? Only 2017 she realized it was not on my birth paper, and she was furious.
So hold on, Martha was not on the birth certificate? Or Marcella? Marcella was not on the birth certificate?
Yeah, so because she gave them the name Marcella before I was born.
Ah.
So, and it didn't make my birth certificate. She's like, "How come?" I said, "No, that's not my government name." She's like, "What? I gave them that name before you were born."
Yeah, because in those days, some people may not, especially the generation of today, may not have known that when we got baptized in church, Nenen, not necessarily Power, but Nenen would have given us a name, and Nenen would have given us the middle name or the first name according. So your name would have been Martha by your mother and your father, but Nenen would give you Marcella. You know, normally and then in church now they would have given you the name Marcella or Marcella Joseph. So in the hospital, you would have been given the name by what your parents would have given. Yeah.
But I wasn't born in the hospital, so stop that hospital business. I was born at home in Carib.
So it's a good thing I said that then. So you were born in Carib, according to your mom.
I was born Caribaho.
Caribaho.
Yes.
Okay. And that for sure, you know, you were born in Daly, so you're born and bred in Daly's.
Daly's Caribaho, yes, by Heath Yard. One of the people today said Lakou Heath right there next door. That's where I was born.
Okay.
So who accouché your mother? A midwife? What?
Yeah, a midwife. But I didn't even ask her which was the name of her midwife. But I know there was a famous one who did most of them. But I don't really know. I'm not gonna say that because I didn't. I don't have a firm name.
I'm sure.
But
I'm sure someone's going to tell you tonight.
hmm?
I'm sure someone's going to call and tell you
Right.
tonight.
Or maybe because she had mentioned a few names of midwives. I just don't know which one was mine. So I am not going to say because I did not pay close attention to that. But I was delivered by
A
um
midwife.
in Kwaibaho.
Uh-huh. And,
Mhm.
and was that because in those days, Brain, the midwife not necessarily the registered nurse, right? So,
No, this is special. They do training for that, So the midwife, they call the midwife, and the midwife go to your mother's home, or you go down to the health center, and they accouche you.
accoucher.
Yeah, but it was home. It was at home.
Yeah.
Kwaibaho at home.
Okay, someone said that my grandmother was one Anna Baron.
Anna Baron was my grandaunt.
Oh, your grand
And
auntie.
I can tell you a whole story about Anna Baron. So that person is right.
Uh-huh.
Who's that? What's the name?
Rita.
Right. So Rita and myself, we share the same grandparent. Well, her grandma and my grandma was sisters. So
Okay.
Anna Baron and Eileen Baron were sisters. Eileen Baron is my grandma. Now, Anna Baron was the real midwife, and Eileen Baron, she used to bring Eileen Baron with her, so Eileen Baron was like her substitute. So when Anna Baron became too old to go out at night, she would ask Eileen, my grandma, to go out to do the midwifery. So my grandma was also a midwife, but not the official midwife. She was the one that was supposed to be the assistant to the real midwife, but also did midwifery. I actually went a couple times when she had to deliver people. She did have to deliver babies. I also know I was listening when she coached a particular person to deliver his babies. And he would just come up every night, every so often, and she coached him and he did it. Because he had asked her to deliver the babies, and she said that she didn't want to. Male want to after gouvernement. So she said, I'll just tell you how to do it.
But what's the difference now? Ou ka di moi comment pour faire?
Fait, ou pas
Ou pas le faire? Hein?
But there
Well,
was
a
a
bigger risk.
Il dit,
Si,
bon, parler,
si,
ça
si.
fait comment barrer.
Was a bigger risk.
si sa femme
Demain bon matin, il a dit c'est grand maman qui dit comment pour faire?
you
Oui,
fait.
so, même si, c'est pas lui qui fait, comment? C'est des différents bagages, oui. Mhm.
As a matter of fact, Yvette Davis said that Mama said Nurse Alfred delivered you.
Oh, that's Alfred
So I told
delivery.
you,
Okay,
so I told you I've gotten the answer.
that's my sister. That's my little sister.
That's it. Yvette Davis is your little sister.
My
Well,
little sister, yeah.
so I tell you, and yeah, right away she asked a question to somebody.
And you-
And
She asked Mama.
She asked Mama.
Mama did.
Yeah.
And Mama say is
Nurse
Nurse
Alfred.
Alfred delivered you.
Delivered.
Yeah.
So, ou kon leta chelman,
Oui.
ou ve koman ou tape,
Oui.
check si an moun ba wan wepons, se ou ba wan
Oui,
wepons.
oui, dit ça, oui, dit ça.
And also Francis Joseph said that you got some good memory.
I mean, yeah, thank God, yeah. I hope it lasts because, I saw my dad last couple years ago and it wasn't very good. So
Okay.
I pray that I keep mine
No,
for as long as.
no, you came out number 45, preparing
Yeah.
for high school. You said that you had culture shock, having to leave Roseau and coming now to, having to leave Dalis and coming to Roseau. What was
Yeah.
the condition of the roads like in that time? What year was that?
Oh, 1980.
1980. What was the condition of the road then?
Conditions of the road was like, of course, truck. So it was, by that time, even before 1980, just how you call it, tarish roads, mostly. It wasn't all the way, like halfway, like when you get to Portchester, you had good roads. I can't really tell you much about I just know it was getting to town was always a hard job. By the time you reach Roseau, all your body hurting you because you rickety in the trucks. But after a while, maybe I'm not sure what year, somebody who knows can tell us. when they started using the vans, the pickup trucks,
Yeah.
and make them into like safaris cut off, and then we would started going to school in those. But before that, it was the truck. It was a truck.
And now you are in Roseau, having to take your clothes, going up to Roseau, having to do logement, board and lodge, because you call it logement in Roseau. You're not so sure by who you're going. So give us that experience having to get to do that logement in Roseau, having to live daily, take your clothes. Tell us that preparation before school reopen or school open for you in this case.
So for me, when I lived with my cousins in Maho first, that's where I lived first. La Pigati was my next Lakou. Maho after I left Dailies. The good thing is in 1979, I was in Maho spending holidays. So I spent the holidays with them the summer before I passed the exams. So it wasn't so much of a shock to get there because I was preparing. I remember heading home that Friday. My little suitcase was still by the door, and Hurricane David passed like the Monday. I remember like day. I remember that well because my little suitcase with all the ribbons in it was gone. Hurricane David took it. I don't know where he brought it up to now. I never got that. And there's a practice I have up to now, and I kind of associate it with that. My little sister doesn't agree. No matter what time I come home after I travel, I always unpack my suitcase. I do my laundry, I do everything. Whether I come 9 o'clock in the night or 2 o'clock in the AM, I always unpack and I wash, and then I go to sleep. But I remember Hurricane David, we came home that Friday. I came up, put my little suitcase by the door, by the La Porte en Haut, because it wasn't the one that we always go back and forth in. You have a door that never kind of, doesn't open and close all day. And then it was gone. My suitcase was gone. Of course, it's this little grip, the brown grip. If you remember that.
Massive brown grip. Massive brown grip.
All my ribbons, all my good things I came out from summer with, all my nice clothes, everything was gone. So that was Hurricane David. But anyway, going back to what you just asked, I was at their home that week, that summer. So I spent summer with them. And so going back next year, it wasn't so much of a shock to be there. What the shock I had though from moving from Dailies to Roseau in general was, for the first time you realize you don't have so much. In other words, I never experienced lack until I went to town. Somebody said I was Grandma Queen. I don't know if you want to say Grandma Queen, maybe Grandma's Princess, but we always had, everything was, in other words, if you wanted something, you always knew where to get it. When you move to town and you live at somebody's home, it's not the same. You can't just go and get something because you feel like you want it. So you always had to wait until it was time to eat. So things were different. Growing up at home, I had just me and Granny, or my Granny and my younger brother, who is 6 years younger than I am. There wasn't a lot of dishes to do, but then you move into a home where you have a whole, so many people, and then you have to wash the dishes when your turn comes. So there was some shocks that you came with, not because it just came like wreck, according to, if you want to call it that way. So I had that experience, and then I lived in Fortney, which was the next place.
But before you go to Fortney, living in Maho.
My son likes to say, you live everywhere, mommy.
Before you leave Maho, for sure, coming to live in Roseau, whether it's by your cousins or your auntie or your nene and whoever, you would have had to bring both money and food. Tell us about that.
So for me, it was not, again, and that's the thing, because food cannot pay electricity. You see what I mean? So yes, my parents, my dad, they would bring down food. But then remember I told you about the check, $49.50?
Yes.
I would get out my scholarship money. Well, $9.50 was mine, and then the 40 would go towards my board and lodge. So that's what they would get consistently. And as to how much, if my parents, I don't know, it was tough. And so you always have those struggles, where people, you have to eat, and then people have to take care of you. So,
but every time you want to
my cousin drive the bus. So one of the sons of my aunt, my grand aunt, he drove a bus. So at least bus was free for me going up and down Dundalk. Theophil.
So
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 I
you
would go down.
so you have gone up to Daly's every weekend or every
No, no,
month
no, no,
end?
no, no, no. You can't. No truck. How are you gonna do that? No. Only when holiday comes, Christmas time. So you stay for the whole semester and then you go down. It's not like now where you have truck going up, bus going up every day. No, 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 no.
So
Just at the end of the semester, you get to go home.
so Christmas you go home,
Yeah.
Easter you go home, and then summer
Yep.
again you go home. So you'd see
Yes.
Daly's at least maybe 3 or 4 times in the year.
Yep.
Now, what about food? How food was being sent to you?
When the truck come down market, you go to market and pick it up. You know, they made it work. They figured it out. Yeah, they figured it out.
So you had to give
And
the $40 plus
but
the food.
huh?
You had to give the $40 plus the food.
Well, that was nothing. It's that it sounds like a lot, but it was not. I mean, when you grow up, you realize that was nothing. Yes, I had to give that $40 was not mine, and that didn't matter where I lived. That $40 was towards living. So maybe everybody had their 49.50 for their scholarship money to do whatever they pleased with. Mine was not for that. 950 was mine. And I still had, well, that 950 was to take care of everything else I needed to take care of. And of course, my mom made Tolama, and she would come down and sell and give me money. So they would take care of me however they could, you know what I mean? But the thing is, you never really, that's the first time you get to understand the magnitude of the difference between living in the country where you have everything. You can roast a green banana if you're hungry. You can go pick some guavas. You can, those kind of things. But in town, it's a whole different scenario. You have to wait for people to feed you. And so it's just totally different. So if there was a culture shock, that's what I would say it was. It was just understanding lack for the first time.
How long did you stay in Maho then to create a Lakou?
The first 2 years of my life, and I had beautiful experiences there because I was a girl guide. Anybody who lived in Maho, they knew about the girl guides. I was a girl guide. I learned to do and very charismatic. Everybody in the house was charismatic, so I became like more Catholic than I was with my granny. We went to church in Massac. We walked to Massac to church because Larry Pigatti is right there. You just walk up to Massac to church and you walk back down every Sunday. And we used to do center sometimes, but not so much because my cousins played the instruments in church. They played the guitar and played the piano. So yeah, it was kind of like you lived in church pretty much.
I'm sure the people who are listening would like to know the family that you lived with in Maho.
I said the Theophils. I said that a minute ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Judge Theophil, the police officer, is family to you.
My cousin.
He's
my cousin.
Okay.
We
Also
share
have-
the same ancestors.
You also have Elma Theophil, Miss Theophil. She taught with me in Maho.
Yeah. And so you're
Very deep Catholic people.
Okay. No. So
Yeah.
you
Once upon a
moved
time.
from Maho to now where? Where next?
Putney.
Fortney. So that's a good little distance. You
Yeah,
moved.
because my uncle and his wife lived there.
Uh-huh.
So I with them, yeah.
Tell us the experience living in Fortney.
Putney was not too bad. It's just that the distance was a problem, though. We had to walk to school from Putney to grammar school. So because of that, I had a lot of tardies. I remember I had 35 tardies one semester. And they gave me a strict warning and say if I did not, because I used to do my work well, but I used to be late almost every day. So apart from, it was just the distance. So I used to get lifts sometime with some people if I left early enough, and I wasn't always early. That's been a problem with time. It was a problem with time for me. I'm a lot better now, but it didn't work out very well because of the distance. And then so that's when I ended up in the Bafford Lakou for fourth form and fifth form.
No, while you are in school, I'm sure that we'll talk about Fortney in a while. But while you are at the Dominican Grammar School, I'm sure that there are things that you would have done and people that you would have met in the Dominican Grammar School while you were doing certain things.
Oh yeah, I played netball from year 1 to year 5. I played netball as a junior and a senior at grammar school. I represented grammar school with netball for both teams. Yep, I played netball all 5 years of my life at grammar school, and I was track and field as well. So I was BJ, and I did Wranglers. I did Wranglers for BJ. I did track and field. I still have my medals somewhere. All the medals I got, I mean, I didn't get any golds. They were all silvers, but at least
100 meters, 200 meters,
I was
400.
I was a sprinter, yep. 100, 2 and 4x4 for relay. I didn't really like the 400-meter race, but I was a sprinter. Nothing, no long distance. Don't get that to me. I can't. Manila Diwai.
So
I couldn't do that.
would you remember? Would you have remembered the people that you ran with at the Dominica Grammar School or at convent or in the school?
So Dominica Grammar School was where I attended, of course. Yes. So I remember the Joycelyn Joseph. I mean, all of the athletes. I mean, they're right here on. We have a group, 85 group, and they're there. But the Bijites, of course, I'm gonna remember them more. But the Josephs, Adeline, Joycelyn, what's her name? Josette, I think. But anyway, there were quite a few that we ran with. And there were times when for high jump, long jump, and 100, I was just so, it's like, okay, if a BJ is in front of me, I'm fine. I could settle for the second place. And so maybe that's why I have all all silver medals. But that's fine. It was just for fun. I enjoyed it. I played netball with people like Elsa Proctor, Kilbert Green. They were older. They were in grade higher grades. Vanessa GP was on same grade with me. But we played. We the only team winner we didn't win during my time was Convent High School with people like Lauren Banis and Marcella Larrock and these people. So Marcella could shoot. I could tell that to you. So I was defense. I ended up getting most outstanding defense before I left school. But that was my life at grammar school. I did a lot of sports.
No, the Dominica Grammar School had an organization that was looking at the elderly. I think that's called Candy Stripers. Were you by any chance?
Yes, I was a Candy Striper. Yeah.
And I'm sure that you remember some of the people in Candy Stripers.
Ah, gosh.
And the work that you all would have done.
So, yeah, I do remember some of them, but some of them I can just remember their faces. I think, well, I know for sure Doreen Simon was one of them, Candy Stripers. I can see that guy's face. Gosh. Light-skinned guy. He was the only guy with us. And then I think Teresa too, Teresa, if you're listening, Teresa, I think she teaches at Newton Primary now. I think she was part of that group too. But I loved candy striping. And because at that time I had thought that I was going to be a nurse, of course, and I wanted to, practice still. So we'll go to the hospital.
So people like Elsa also was part of Candy Stripers. Bernice Balso was also part of Candy Stripers. I remember that in those days.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, Elsa too. So what we would do every week, we went up. We would go to a different ward. So we would go to the children's ward, Domini ward, Dupini ward. Was there Domini and Dupini? Am I making up stuff now?
No, you're correct. You're correct.
Alford ward. The only ward I went to and I didn't do well was the psychiatric ward. I did not last for 10 minutes in there.
Why?
I don't know. I just couldn't deal with it. It was just hard. I was sitting there and I remember when the lady introduced us and Miss Mary, I don't know if you remember Mary.
Yes.
And then she tells us, meet Miss Mary. And she says, don't miss me, I'm not dead. And another lady was just there knitting.
Miss Mary was from Hillsborough Street, right?
Right, yes.
I don't know, but
yes,
I remember yes. Very clearly that day we went into that ward and I just did not, I told the lady that I didn't want to stay because I just didn't. She had told us too, if we didn't feel comfortable, we could leave. And I took that invitation so dearly and I had to, I just was not comfortable. I don't know, to me it was just emotional. I was just wondering what would make somebody get to that space? And I think it would have become more traumatic if I had stayed a little longer. I don't know.
Let me ask you, what was at that time the psychiatric ward was called St. Luke's?
No. St. Luke's was another prison. St. Luke's was a place for no. St. Luke's was somewhere else. Okay. St. Luke's was not at the hospital.
Okay, all right. So you all did not do the hospital. You all did by the prison, which was called St. Luke's.
No. That's not where we now.
Right.
No.
Where the present location is, that's where you all did.
Who was there at the time?
Yeah.
Was it
Not for sure, not Dr. Roy.
not Doctor? Was it Doctor the one
The Indian.
the Indian?
I have
Which
no
one?
idea.
The
I
shaman?
just know we used to go. I just know they allowed us to come because
Yes.
we were part of an organization. We had to sign a paperwork when we reached with them to say who we were, and then we went and did our little thing.
Someone
whatever they
said the
allowed
guy
us to
name you're
do.
trying to remember is Matthias.
No, it was not Matthias. I can see him right now. I can pull him up in there because I have pictures of him.
Okay.
Gosh,
Oh, was it Doctor Tide at one time?
Dr. Tide was after, long after.
that was
Okay.
after Dr.
Dr.
Tyler.
Tyler's
I was
the
a
It was
big
Doctor
girl.
Roy then.
Yeah, Dr. Roy would have been in his 70s.
70s.
Yes. And
Yeah, but I did not. That's the only ward I did not function well in. All the other wards we went and we did whatever the nurses assigned us to do, which was basic things like maybe helping people sit up, help them, throw their pants if they have one, their bed pants, clean up stuff, basic little things, fix their bed if they needed to, help feed them, things like that. Whatever they would allow us to do, we would do it. And but the only ward that I could not stand was the psychiatric ward.
if memory serves me right, that you all wore white and pink.
Yep, striped, straight down stripe.
Yeah.
I have pictures. I still have us. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
No. During your period in Dominica Grammar School, you never found yourself involved in calypsos. I know that in grammar school the ladies were very much involved. Elsa Proctor herself was a backup singer for calypso. This young lady Riley, she's now past Susan Riley. She sang calypso. Janice would have been in your time. She sang calypso. Bernice would have been in your time, and she also
Yes.
sang calypsos.
Yeah, they did. I did not do anything in that area. Before I moved to that, we also used to do candy striping at the infirmary as well, right there in infirmary, right in Bafford too. In that infirmary, we used to go there as well. But the only thing I did in the realm of calypso was as the student council, we wanted to raise funds, and we just went out on calypso night and sold predictions. So if we sold predictions, if you were able to guess all 8 calypsonians in order, then you would win $100. So you pay $1 and then you write your predictions, and we just keep walking around. I don't know if anybody ever won, but
I remember. I think I remember those days. If
We did
memory
those things,
serves me
yeah.
right, I remember the Dominican Grammar School as a fundraiser that they
Yeah.
would have done that. I think up to the time of James Dominic, that that was being done. James Dominic, it was before you, I think, that was being done. So it has been a habit of the Dominican Grammar School
Yeah.
yeah.
trying to do
Yeah,
predictions.
I did a lot of community stuff with them. We had gone to pay the first set of people who painted. I don't want to say the name wrong because I'm on radio. By the communities high school, the set of buildings they have up there by
You're talking about Operation Youthquake?
Yeah.
No, it was people's homes. We were the first set of people to paint them, grammar school. We had a community day of service or something, I don't know what it was. And we painted those buildings. I can remember those flies sticking on those walls while we painted them. But we were the first people to paint those raw wood. That was us.
So you're talking about Fly City? That's what it was
Yeah,
called?
I just didn't want to say Fly City because they call it different.
That was the original name.
Yeah, yeah.
That was the original name.
you
I
look-
just
I
said
don't
Fly City.
want to be the one saying that, okay?
I understand, but no, it's called Silver Lake.
You
Yeah.
painted the long house.
Yeah, but I did not want to be the one saying that because I know it has changed.
Yeah,
And I didn't
yeah.
want to be the one saying that on
Yes.
national radio.
Formerly known as Fly City,
City.
now
No
known
conflict,
as Silver
Silver
Lake.
Lake.
I mean,
Yes.
nothing wrong
We
with
were
saying
the first.
that. Yeah.
We were the first to paint those bare wood. Yep. Because when they created that community, it was just normal. The woods were not painted. And we took a project and painted those. And I remember that too.
So you have spoken to us about your involvement while in the Dominica Grammar School, your academics. How involved you were now in terms of your class in reference to debates? Because in those days there was quite a lot of debates. So how much involvement that you had in
Yes.
debates?
I was mostly the sports girl. I was like the year-round sports person. So if you're looking for somebody for whenever the sports season changed, I was in that. So if it was rounders, I was there. If it was netball, I was in. So I played netball for BJ, netball for grammar school, track and field. So I was more into the sports realm. I was part of Bible club for a little bit. And I was also part of, I don't know, I just did anything that was going on in school. As I told you, I was part of Candy Stripers too. So mostly that. I didn't represent the school in any kind of academic bowl, if they had any at that time. I don't even know, because that was not my line. My line was sports.
Which are the teachers that actually impressed you while at grammar school?
Oh my goodness, Mr. Savory. I could not put anybody ahead of Mr. Savory. Everything I've learned, as far as resilience, as far as determination, as far as perseverance, was Mr. Ozzy Savory. He was my coach. He was my netball coach, and he was my phys teacher. What I remember about Mr. Savory most was we were never supposed to get complacent. We would go out there and we would win every school. As I told you, the only school we never beat was Convent High School. But we would win everybody. Portsmouth, Marigot, Wesley High School. You name it. Everywhere I had a netball school, we would whoop them. But we couldn't go back and talk about how we won. Mrs. Savory had to sit us down and show us all our mistakes. What did you do? Why didn't you score that one? You had 10 shots and you only made 5. You missed that block. You did this. It was always about how we can do better. So even if we would there were some teams that would come and they were so weak that we would be like all 30 and they were like 5 or 10. But we still could not come back and rejoice over that. He would always check to see why did they score those 5. And so that's the one thing that he instilled in me, is never to just sit around and get happy with whatever your accomplishments are. Yes, you're gonna how would I say it? Acknowledge that you have a small win, but you always have to find out why didn't you get all of it. And so that kind of persistence, that kind of perseverance, he taught that to me. And of course, I have other teachers. I have people like Mr. Jones, who taught us social studies. I have Vanya Jones, who taught us math. I had Mr. Christian, who taught us math at a certain time. There were just so many of them that I can. Miss Leblanc taught us English. And then Moshe Tom, how can I forget Moshe Tom? Arundel Thomas. He was my English teacher as well. So he's the one who probably got me to like things like Shakespeare and all of that, because he was our literature teacher. So I know I have a lot of teachers, our counselor, Miss Murphy. So I had a lot of people that I remember, but if I had to say who taught me to persevere and to press on, even if I feel like I was winning, was Mr. Savory. You don't give up, or you don't sit there and start rejoicing. Next thing, the enemy is going to take over what you won already. So you've got to always keep fighting. And I have that in my mind. I have that in my system, that you cannot just sit and be happy with when I say happy, not that you're going to be sad, but you can't just be complacent. You always have to be thinking of what's next so that you can stay ahead. That's all.
At that time, who was the principal of the school?
Mr. Lockhart was the last. When we graduated, was Mr. Lockhart. Before that was whom, Jesus? Maybe I don't know why I can't remember the other person, but Mr. Lockhart.
Is it Mr. Charles? Is it Herbert Charles?
Herbert Charles.
I think he probably was there maybe when I was in first form or so. I remember him very well. But Mr. Lockhart for sure, very, very well, because when we left, we actually used Rabbit's song. We live in your school, Lucky. We live in your school. Billing, 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 billing. Yeah, this school bell ringing. Yeah,
Continue. Don't stop.
We use that song to write our farewell song.
No, sing it for us, please. I beg.
And we also sang "We Are the World," because that's the year We Are the World came out. So we sang that. We had 45 of us. We just replicated exactly what happened with Michael Jackson and the others, and we did "We Are the World." So people like Tony and
hold on, Doc. You don't pretend like you didn't hear me. I need to hear that pilling by Rabbits.
I don't remember the words.
Whatever you remember, tell us.
Pilling, hear the school bell ringing. They say it's we live in your school, Lucky. We live in your school, Lucky. I don't remember more. I don't remember. If you had told me so before, I'd have gotten my class to tell me the words. But maybe I have the words written somewhere too.
Mm-hmm.
But we just turned the words around, and instead of saying it was a christening, we just talk about graduation, and we just made it into our own. And
we are the world.
also did. We had a word, we kept it as it was, but we just used different students to do exactly to
Okay.
replicate. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now you have graduated, did well at school, but before that, did you conquer the maths and long division?
No, I didn't because I got a basic three. Well, but 1995 was the first year we went all CXCs, right? CXC, everybody had to do CXCs. And I did not do very well because I had 4 general classes and 3 basic classes. I got basic ones, but they were not considering basics anywhere. And I got general threes. So when I'll tell you my story. When I wanted to be a nurse all along, right? So I applied to be a nurse, and then I got a rejection letter saying that I didn't have biology, and so I could not be a nurse. And then I still went up to the hospital. Well, actually, the letter didn't say that. It just said that you were rejected. So I walked up to Center Roma, of
Just hold on
course.
before I forget that. Just hold on. Just hold on. Glenda Anthony said, "Good to see Dr. Martha Joseph, my former classmate at the Dominica Grammar
Yes,
School."
yes.
Is
And
it
you
is
know
it, is it
what? I
Glenda at
just
Baffy State?
say again.
Is it Glenda from Baffy State?
That's right. And I need to say something about Glenda, Valerie, and Veronica before I move on. These were my really close friends, and Glenda had a bakery. So she used to give us recess. I mean, Glenda, your mom and your dad, thank you so much for those mastiff with that nice yellow cheese in it. Because when you live in town and you come from the country, it's like you happy to have breakfast. You're not gonna ask people to give you mastiff for recess. So Glenda would bring our recess every day, mastiff every day with those nice yellow cheese in there. And we also had something else we did together. We read a lot. So we would go to the library, the 4 of us, Glenda Anthony, Valerie St. John, Veronica George, God bless her heart. May her soul rest in peace. She's the only one of us not alive, and then myself. We would go to the library, we would each get a book, and then we would rotate it. So we would all read, we have 2 weeks for the book. So we're supposed to read 4 books in 2 weeks. Well, guess what? I would read half of 4 books in 2 weeks because I never got to finish mine or any of this. And then we would go back. But they really were my bosom friends for those years in high school. Valerie, Glenda, um, Veronica, and myself.
And
Yep.
no, you were talking about leaving school and your exams. No,
Yes.
doing the
So
exams, and
exam
you get this letter
time.
from the hospital
Yes.
administration
So
saying,
I went and asked to speak to the dean, whatever they call her, and find out why I got a rejection letter. Because of course I learned perseverance from Mr. Sabrin. So you don't just take a letter and just think that's it. Well, she explained to me and said to me that I did not take biology in school. I had taken integrated science and I needed biology. Well, guess what I did? I went to CB's and I bought me a biology book used because I was determined to be a nurse. I got a job at Unis Taxi Service and I was studying biology on my own. Tell me if that's possible. But I tried. I went and I took the GCEs of biology and did not pass. I took it again and did not pass because you're sitting in a shoe store and a taxi service store and you're teaching yourself, no classes. You'd never taken biology before, so of course it didn't work out. And that's where my nursing career went, down the drain. And here's the other thing. I went to ministry trying to get me a teaching job, and they said to me, "You only have 2 subjects." So what they did, they took the threes, they call them half. So 2 halves, 4 3, so that's 4 halves, so that's 2 subjects. So they said you have 2 subjects, so you can, you know, you might get a teaching job or not. We can't really hire you with 2, you need a third one, blah, blah. Well, I remember going up and being a little discouraged, but I also got a job. I got called to teach. And when I got called to teach, though, same thing. Nobody knows me as Martha Joseph in Daily Subotica. So when they got the letter, nobody knew who I was. There was another Martha Joseph, may her soul rest in peace too. She's my cousin. And she they took the letter to her, but it wasn't for her. So by the time I got that job, I think a month or so had already passed from the job that I was that I was offered. But that was my first substitute teaching job in Botica. That was very brief. Then I went on to become the I was youth officer for a little bit. I was a youth officer. And then here goes my story. I was 6 months a youth officer and 6 months pregnant. So here goes my probation.
So, hold on. Utama fwe.
Month probation.
Utama fwe. Utap un ti job. Ou deja ka tape boyfriend pou jik accept.
6 months. Exactly my way out. 6 months probation, 6 months pregnant.
Ça c'est
here goes the
Ça c'est mon qui folle. Qui a fait ça? Ou ça fait juste ça. Ou pas ça taper enceinte. You know in those days you cannot get pregnant if you're working for government, especially your teacher.
I know. I was not teacher then. I was a youth officer. So I was working with Amoy Williams, Miss Alfred, you know those people. Bernard Bontiff, Marcella Lockhart, those people were in the youth division at the time. Val, I remember them very well. They kind of cuddled me nice. But I was responsible for the Eastern District, and that was a tough district to be a youth officer for, because you're not driving and you're responsible all the way to the territory, to Cassibros area, so not at Kingston, but Cassibros itself. And I remember the first time I experienced, I didn't know anything about racism in Dominica. For the first time I experienced that, I remember being on a truck, on a van going to Cassibros. I took a Carib Reserve van, and then the man asked, "Hey, Cecil, so come on here now. Il a mola pa mi negwes."
A Carib said that?
Mola pa mi negwes. I could never forget that. From as long as I shall live, I will not forget that. I didn't even know that was a thing, that it was a thing to be a Paminegwes. But yeah, he said Mola Paminegwes. But
did you say to her then?
So I would live at, there was a there was a lady, Miss Austria, a Pisco lady. She rented from Miss Austria. I would stay with her, Donna, what's her name? And then I would go to Pinsufrier area in the day. So it was a tough job. You couldn't do that 6 months pregnant.
Hold on. So hold on. Yeah. What did you now respond? Oh, what response did you give to the woman who said more Assami? It was a
man. I didn't say anything. I just realized that I didn't realize it was so serious. That I was the only black person for true. I didn't even pay attention to that before that. I was the only black person in the truck going to the Carib. It was a Carib territory truck, but I was stopping in Cassibros. Mm-hmm. And when somebody asked him, "How are you doing?" he said, "We mola Paminegwes." I'm like, okay.
Paminegwes.
You know, but
that's amazing.
I didn't even know that was a thing about Caribs and black people didn't get along so much. I didn't even think. I was still innocent at the time. But yeah, so that's where my youth development, my social work career ended. 6 months pregnant, 6 months probation. So I stayed home, had my baby, and then next year, which was January, I started as a substitute teacher. I started teaching again in Botica.
Yes. But you're lucky. You're lucky after having a child.
But before that, though, like in '88, I had worked as a village council clerk as well.
Okay.
So when I left Unis Taxi Service, I went up to Dailies. I worked as a village council clerk. So I was in community development for a while. You just name it, everything, community development, yeah.
What really, truly inspired you? Is it the work that you did in the Lakou at a very early age? And also, you said earlier on about the perseverance that Mr. Savre taught you. You know, what really propelled you to be so forefront, to get achievement, to get yourself what you think you need?
I don't know. It's something, I still have that in me. It's like what next? If it didn't work, why would you sit there and try to cry over spilled milk. Grab a napkin, wipe it up, and move on. Try to see what next can happen. So here's what happened to me. I went up and I worked as a village council clerk, but I didn't stop there. I started studying to pass all of my classes again. So people would wonder, how did you end up teaching? Well, I went and I took all of the classes over, every one of them. What I would do, I would register for 2 of them every year with the intention of passing 1. So I'd say, okay, I'm going to register for English and social studies, and I'm going to focus more on English. I got general 1s in everything I took. So I took social studies, got a general 1. I got a general 1 for social studies. I got 1 for principles of business and office practice. I had never done principles of business before. I just did it, just pick up a book and just study. By that time, my son must have been 4. So I just used those years to take all the courses I needed and pass them. Because at that time, you just needed 4 general 1s to get a good government job. And so it took me a while, but I got it. And then I was able to attend the teacher training college because I had all of my qualifications. So people need to understand, I always want to tell people that don't stop because the first try didn't work. Get up, check to see what's next. What's the next opportunity and go get it. I never got pregnant in school, but there were so many kids who got pregnant during my time and they had to leave school. They could not continue school. For me, I continued school, but I did not have sufficient subjects, or the qualifications did not meet, the requirements did not meet what the jobs I wanted. But I didn't just sit there and say, oh, well, I can't be a nurse or I can't be a teacher because I don't have. I tried and find out what's next. And I was self-taught. I remember Mr. Durant, I don't know where he is right now, but Mr. Durant used to be the teacher in daily school when I was there for a little bit. Before I went to Grand Fond, I think. I was in daily school for a short while. Lara was on a while ago. I taught them briefly in 5th grade.
Yeah,
And Mr. Durant taught us how to study. And I will never forget him for that.
Right. Mr. Durant is still around. He was the IT teacher at one time, and he was head of IT at the ministry building on Cornwall Street. He's still there.
He was the principal of daily school, and he taught us how to study. So teachers who wanted to take their classes, and he taught us how to study. And I will never forget that. And he always put in your head, plan first. So you're going to take that English exam, but plan your responses. And once you plan your responses, you will work through the time, and then you can go back and correct. And that was the best advice that I learned from Mr. Durant. And I have passed it on to my students ever since. I tell them nobody can build a good building without a blueprint, without a plan. So never try to tackle an essay without a plan. Even if it's a stick man you're going to draw, always plan first. Because what happens, you get to use your time wisely. And I learned that from Mr. Durant. I was able to go in, pass all of my courses one by one. Social Studies General 1, not math. Social Studies General 1, Language Arts General 1, Office Practice General 1, Principles of Business General 1. I have all my report cards, I have all of them with me. So I know that I am not making up stories. And I was able to use that and get a teaching job full time. I worked at Botica first, then in Grand Fond. And from Grand Fond, I went to Dominica Teachers Training College, and then I went back up to Dailies. So that's pretty much, you just don't give up. And not because I wanted to be a nurse and it didn't happen, that I just have to crash. No, what's the plan B? What can we do next? So you just always want to make sure that you can do something to be. So people who might be listening and remember me from grammar school, they probably don't know me as the smartest person. That is true. But I just never gave up. I did what I loved. I loved grammar school. Those were my best high school years. I did everything I could during those years. I was a candy striper, an athlete, you name it, everything. And so I had a full, beautiful, I enjoyed those years.
Michael Etienne said that Michael sent Edmonds Etienne said, as a youth leader in church, you push us to be our best.
That is correct.
Remember that?
Yes. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you so much. So of course, as I told you about my son, I got my son. I was 21. Young gentifle. So what happened though was I became a Christian after that. So Protestant. I left. And when I was Roman Catholic, by the way, I was really deep into Roman Catholicism. I did retreats. I did choreography in church. It's like almost anything you could think in church. Catechism. I did almost everything. As I told you, I lived with the Theophiles and the most staunch Catholics. So I got a lot of that from them. But after my son was born, I switched. I became Protestant. And as a youth, when I became, again, I'm always an active person, so I just wouldn't stop. I was a youth leader, and I did everything in my power to make sure that we were able to influence young people.
Someone said also that as Ingrid Eloa, oh yes, working alongside her was so enriching and fun. Those were the days we all looked up to her. Another person said that great job, great message, Maso. Another person said that that is so true what you're actually saying. I learned a lot from you this evening. Very touching. That came from Jovan Joseph. Teresa Luis said everyone was smart in DGS. We were a family. Another person said lots of camp around the island. Yes. Another person also indicated that Lucia Joseph she's watching. Rhoda St. Louis, yes. Michael St. Edmunds, Etienne, she made me fast for the same time. Why did you make people fast?
So Rhoda St. Louis always says that I would make the out, we went fasting, and she always makes me laugh when she says it. She says, she say, we pray again. We pray again, and I think it is time to go home, and Marcella's still praying. So it's like, but I just like to hear after the fact, to hear what people have to say, and you realize how much you influence them, whether it's to believe more of what you believe. I did choreography in church. I had all the young girls dancing. The lady who is the minister's wife right now, she was part of my choreography group at the time. So I was very involved in church as well. I was the worship leader too. So it's like, if you have to go into my life, it's like everything I've been. So I did that too. So I'm the kind of person that believe wherever you are, you have to impact. Some people like to wait. They like to postpone. Stop postponing life. Stop postponing moments. If you are there, what's your purpose for being there? Go ahead and do something. Make it count.
Imagine.
So stop waiting for tomorrow. Stop waiting for when I, people like to say, when I graduate or when I do this. They're always postponing life. Stop postponing. Do things now. Wherever you are at the moment, let it count.
Alicia Williams said, Alicia Williams, she said that, where is it? So many messages. Okay. She said, I looked up to her when she led worship at church. As a little girl, I always wanted to be at the church when there were crusades. I use inmates. Where is it? I use inmates. I imitate her. Sorry, I imitate her only. No, I know why.
And guess what? She is an awesome worship leader right now. I didn't even know that right now. I didn't even know that. Thank you, Alicia, for just letting me know that. But I did. I led worship, and everywhere I go. I went to UVI, and then it doesn't matter. I was debate society president. I was student government president, and I didn't even run for any of those. People just wanted me to be it, and they made me. And I had other people from other countries, and they were saying, oh, when I go back home, I'll do this. I'm like, wait, you're postponing your whole 4 years of life for when you go back home? Come on, do things now.
Lucia James said that she's a nurse now in London. Thanks to
Oh,
you.
awesome. Yes, yes. Awesome, awesome. So do it wherever you are. Don't postpone it. Do it now. Make use of let your moment, let your life count. Don't postpone things. And then and persevere. If one thing didn't work, go
Try
try
another
something
thing, yeah.
else. Don't just sit there watching the spilled milk. Get something, clean it up, and move on to the next
At
thing.
what time you felt that you had enough in Dominica?
It wasn't enough. Well, I'll be honest and tell you when I had enough in Dominica. I'll be very honest. After I graduated from Teachers Training College, that was in 1992, I went down to what's that place where you have the university? UE?
Extramural
I went
department.
to, yep, I went to UE to apply to do my master's, and they told me that I needed to have 3 years as an assistant teacher in order to become part of the program. And I just said that was not going to say what I thought it was, but I just felt like they were trying to, I hope it's not the same up to now. It's like they were trying to gauge when you became more than what you were already. So I was a qualified assistant teacher because that's what happens when you graduate teachers college. And so I needed to stay in that position for 3 years before I could apply for something else. And I was just 1 year. I had completed 1 year of student. I completed 1 year teaching after I graduated from teachers training college. And I just felt like, okay, and what's next? And they told me I couldn't. So what I did, I applied to go to Jamaica for they had a position where they show up for, it was to do special needs, special education. And I felt like I wanted to do special education because when you have OCOD, you get to do some classes. And I felt like, I could do well in that area. It's caring for people. I always had that thing of wanting to care for people. And I applied, and guess what? I got accepted by the university in Jamaica, but Dominica said they could only give one scholarship. And I was not going to be the one that get that scholarship. So guess what I did? I applied to the University of the Virgin Islands. That's how I ended up leaving Dominica. And it wasn't something that I was planning all along. Yep, it's because I was rejected twice. And I don't do well with rejections. I'm going to go around it and find something else. But I did try to stay in Dominica, definitely. And just 2 turn downs. That was like a few years after. It wasn't like a lot, but yeah. So
You got
yeah.
accepted, went to the Virgin Islands.
Mhm.
Walk us through getting to the Virgin Islands.
So of course you have to go to Barbados to get a visa. And I had support here. I had Miss Teet, Iselin Teet. I don't know where she's now, but she helped me. She was my education officer at the time, and she helped me very well in preparing for that. I had other people who helped me. You listen. My favorite book is The Alchemist, and he says that the universe conspires to help you when you make up your mind to do something. And that was what happened for me that year. I wanted to go, and of course, I was in line to become a principal, because once you become an qualified assistant teacher, that's the next step up. But to me, it was, I don't know, something inside of me just wanted more. And I went to Barbados, and I was able to bring my son along with me and say that I told him that both his grandparents were not capable of taking care of him, and please. And then people were saying to me, I never heard of people going to get study and get their child to go with them. But it was a blessing for me, and we went up to the Virgin Islands. My aunt was already there, and my brother, my older brother. And those 2 people were the ones who paved the way for me in St. Thomas. They made it easy for me to bring my son, and she called me her black sister, that's Carol, Suzette's daughter, so she's my stepsister, what do you call it? Yeah, my uncle's married to her mom, so whatever that is. Yeah, so they helped me with my son. They helped me a lot with mom.
As you're saying that, let me just think back. Did you live then in Virgin Lane by any chance, or Bath Road?
Bath Road. I lived in Bath Road for 2
Because we
years,
didn't talk
yeah.
about that. We didn't talk about that part. You said
I
that
like it long and
you said you lived in Maho, then you lived in Fort
I
Snake.
did. I lived
That's
in
where we
I lived
stopped.
in Port-
So now you're
I
saying
lived,
to me that you lived with Paula Plasco, basically,
yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
while you're going to school.
Yeah,
So you live everywhere, man.
I did. You sound like my son now. I did. I lived just three places though, but you wouldn't call it everywhere. Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
you had a good sense of gardens.
Oh yeah, man.
You
That's why
still
I went to study.
you still wait to go to gardens too, like many of us
No,
as
just go and
teenagers.
study. On the man, you could stay on the man. Fool, you don't know Suzette, man.
You mean Suzette would come and hash you then? She'd come and holler
No,
you,
you couldn't do any nonsense in Suzette. No, 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 no. You have to walk the straight and narrow if you are but Suzette's house. No, man.
and then you have to go to church on Sunday.
Oh, church alone. What about going change the flowers on the cemetery every Sunday? I was afraid of cemetery and I had to go change flowers in cemetery. But there were other cool things. You know, I had to learn to sell. You know, I used to sell tamarind balls, sell coconut cheese, tamarind stew. We had to do that. You had your turn on the step every weekend. You have your turn. When your turn come, you gotta be on the step and sell, you know. Then Sundays is ice cream. So everywhere I lived, I learned something. We used to make reef. I learned how to make reef with ma, you know, because you just had to be skillful. You couldn't just be all school. You had to be able to do everything. And so I knew how to make ice cream and I also knew how to make cake because I used to help Helen. And then also I knew how to you know, I just never took it on, but if I had to make tamarind ball, I would learn how to I would do it as well. So all of those things, you just get to do it and you learn how to sell, how to give change. These were important, valuable life skills that you learn while you're at school. Yeah, but I was in the Bafford Lakou for a couple of years as well.
Okay, that almost passed me, man. As you talk about Suzette's daughter in St. Thomas.
Yeah, so they really supported me with my son and I just was able to finish UVI. And when I was at UVI, I did everything too. I was in debate society, went to St. Croix, Guyana. Where else did we go? We just went and just debated. Barbados, you know, I represented the Virgin Islands as on the debate society in those places. And I was student government president as well for the last year of my UVI life. So I was, and then French Club and what's the other one? Golden Key Honor Society. So was on the Dean's list from the beginning. So you're there, but you just do things. And a lot of those things, I didn't even push myself for it. People pulled me in. It's like, oh, we need somebody. We need this. We need that. Nobody ran. I became student government president because right in. Somebody wrote me in. And then Professor Manuel, his soul rest in peace too, he kind of nurtured me and said, yeah, you can do it. And Junie Villenes, her soul rest in peace as well. So these people really nurtured me. Even if I had an accent that was not Tomian, I was a university student, and so I had the opportunity and I represented well. I did what I had to do.
So it's not a
And
mistake.
I ended up being the class speaker as well.
So it's not a
They
mistake.
voted me
So it's
to
not
be
a
the
mistake.
class speaker when I graduated.
So it's not a mistake
So
when I ask you if you did debate. Something just told me that you sound like a debater.
I did.
Yeah, and you brush the fact that the student council in Dominica Grammar School. Were you part of the student council in at the Dominica Grammar School?
I just supported them. I was not on the council itself. You know, councils have committee members, and so they wanted people to help them with fundraising, and so I did that. But I wasn't on DGS council, no.
At that time when you're at grammar school, when your last few years, I'm sure you'd have maybe remembered your president, the council that would serve the school.
I don't know, you know, I just didn't pay attention to. I tell you, I was in sports. If you ask me about sports folks, people like Isaac was a year was below me, younger than I was. But he you could remember him because he ran well. He's the Speaker of the House right now. He
Yes.
ran well and he was multi all at that time. So so he hasn't changed as far as that is concerned. But I would remember very well because he was an outstanding athlete, like super outstanding athlete. So they are just people that you just remember, even if they were not in your year, you know. But yeah,
So now you are at the University of St. Thomas. You did
hmm
well.
I
What was the
did.
next step?
When I finished University of St. Thomas, I worked as a language arts teacher on St. John. I taught seventh grade language arts. And then after 2 years, I went, 2005, I was getting ready to come back home because that's when my probation, my study period was going to be over. And I sent a letter home saying that I was ready to come back home. And I got a response saying, sorry, but we have no vacancies for you. And I write back and I said, well, no, I'm not asking for a vacancy. I'm asking to reinstate my position. And they told me no again. So I just went back to to the Virgin Islands and I just say, okay, I am not being given a position at home. So just hire me back. And so I just stayed in the Virgin Islands and worked. But I still have that letter, by the way. I kept it because I don't want anybody saying I didn't come back. I did. I tried to come back and they told me they had nothing for me, although I was asking for my job back. But I did that. I stayed. I worked that's when I moved to Charlotte Mali High School, which is on St. Thomas. That's when I got a position there. I worked there and again as a teacher I did quiz bowl with kids. I did young senators. I did their magazine. Just do things. You just stay active. You don't want to just go in and teach and go back. You just have to make yourself count. And then I taught at UVI as well as a part-time adjunct faculty of writing. So I did that for 8 years at UVI.
So at what time did you leave St. Thomas to find yourself into a better position in the on the mainland in the
I
USA?
don't want to say if it's a better position. I don't think it was a better position though. It was a situation, of course, married. You get married, and then your husband decides, okay, we have a home, we're gonna move, and so that's how I transitioned to the United States. But it wasn't better. It was not. I literally got a pay cut, a big pay cut when I went to Florida. But again, remember who I am. I do not just sit and whine over things not working. So when I realized I got that big pay cut, like two figures, pay cut from the Virgin Islands, I remember calling my mentor, Miss Valerie Comby, and I said to her, I have not, I'm still looking for my dream job, which is consulting. And she said to me, when you can't find your dream job, you create your dream job. And that was it. I started consulting. My best friend, Miss Nursing Davis, she was the department chair at Charlton Valley High School. And that year, that 2013, I had done some just free stuff on the Common Core. And they thought I had done it well, and people asked that I come back. And that's how I ended up starting my consulting business. So 2015, I had my first consulting job because somebody needed my service. But again, it was because things didn't work out as I intended it to. I did not get the pay that I wanted in Florida. They gave me a pay cut. And I wasn't going to sit there and be bitter. So I just started my consulting firm because they asked me to. And again, it's like everything just fell into place because the thing is, when they invited me to come back to the Virgin Islands to do some consulting, or to, I wouldn't say consulting, teacher training, the government said, the person in charge of finance said, no, we cannot allow her to come in without a contract, without her doing all the works, like doing my SAM, doing my license and going through the real ropes like a real business. And so it kind of forced me to do it. It took an entire year for it to come through because that was 2014. It took all of 2014 for me to be able to get that going. But eventually it came through. And in February of 2015, I had my first job as a consultant and I haven't stopped. Actually, last year, 2022, I've been doing it full time. But how did it all start? It was because in 2009, I was helping to grade some papers in in St. Croix, and I realized that the students' writing was not up to speed. And it was because these kids, they did not tell them that they were going to give them a grade. I mean, they were going to, it was a surprise. And so the writing was not the best. And guess what? I went back home that summer and I said, if students write habitually, they will never be caught off guard. So that's how I started the writing to respond process. That was in 2009, and now the writing to respond process is way bigger than I could ever think. It is now a series of workbooks, it is an approach, by the way, and that's what I want people to understand. It's not a program. And that's why we can talk about that some more, but just to tell you, just to answer where you are, which what you asked.
No, any regrets in the process while you're going through this whole process of trying to reach your goal? Did you have any regrets to say, why did I find myself doing this?
Well, to be honest, I'll tell you, my story right now, it sounds like it's been so smooth, but it hasn't. I remember when I decided to get my doctorate, it became so challenging. I was supposed to have completed in 2012, and then it was 2013, and I was still going through because it was just back and forth, back and forth. And I remember telling myself, the things I want to do, I don't need a doctorate to do that. I can do it without a doctorate. I already have the writing to respond process. I know what it is. I can just develop that. I do not need a doctorate. But then I remember my students doing Zora Neale Hudson as their Black history. And I remember one child saying she did not complete her doctorate. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't want anybody to put that in my biography. I'm going to have to do something about it. And I would climb the tallest hill in St. Thomas, which is the Tramway Hill. And people thought I was climbing because I was exercising. It had nothing to do with exercise. It was just mental fortitude. I was just telling myself, if I can make it to the top of the tramway, I can finish this. And I kept doing it and doing it. It was just to get my mind all set up. And friends, thank God for friends, because they would ask, Martha, how the studies coming? And just that question would just push me. Say, you cannot stop. You have to complete it. So these were some of the struggles and some of the challenges. And even when I started the business and I was like, I'm not getting any contracts, no income. I just want to stop, just shut down everything. And then I just keep paying all the dues. Every year you have to pay a license, you have to pay insurance worth 2 million, how much, you have, worth, for liability. You have to do all of those things that you're not getting money for. And I would tell my business, okay, if you don't make money this year, I'm going to shut you down. And I would make just enough to pay the dues. And so I would keep it. And then in 2019, I stopped being sole proprietorship and I made it an LLC. And I remember saying, you are your own person now. If you're not making money to pay your own bills, I'm going to close you. And here came this stimulus package because I was about to close it. And when that stimulus $1,200 came, I said, okay, you're lucky. Somebody just bailed you out. And I used it to pay all of my dues. And I just never stopped. It looks fancy. People would just think like, oh, well, she has that. And so she's rich. But no, it's just a struggle that I refuse to give up on, so I just keep producing. I create more books. I've created so many more resources just because another teacher asked for it.
But let me ask you,
Yeah.
let me ask you, how much the Lakou, Granny, the Lakou, Mr. Sevre, how much did they, that free, Granny, the Lakou, which is people in the Lakou, and Mr. Sevre, how much did they play a part in your mind trying to achieve what you wanted to achieve?
Granny was all about education. I wonder now if she used to know if my work was correct. I don't know, because I just had to do it. I had to sit and do my homework until it was finished. So she instilled that. My mom loves to learn. My mom came up to the Virgin Islands and went to school. My mom was 68, I think at the time, or 65, 63 thereabout. And she went to day school. My mom has it's like a satiation. It's like she's never satisfied as far as learning is concerned. And she always says to her children, get an education and you can do anything you want to do. So between my mom and granny, I didn't have a choice, but I just have that desire to always want to learn more. I remember my students saying, you know everything. And I said, no, I don't know everything. I just always try to find out everything. And if they asked me something and I didn't know, I said, let's find out. I was never too proud to let them think I didn't know. I said, okay, I don't really know what that is. I'm not sure. So let's find out together. And so I've always been learning along with my students. I am still learning. I am not going to stop learning. And so Granny always instilled in us to read, to learn. And my mom, those two people, education was like, you just have to. My mom can tell you St. Thomas history better than a lot of the people who were born there because she worked in the tourist store and she just read all the literature. She would pick up stuff from the floor that the tourists dropped and read because she just feel like knowledge is power. And I've gotten that from them. Mr. Savre was perseverance. You don't stop. Convent used to beat us, but not by much, maybe by 1 point, by 2 points. We used to work hard to get that beating. And so you just couldn't give up. So when I learned those things up to now in my business, I cannot learn. Right now, I want to talk about that some. I don't know how much time you're going to give me to talk about that, but the writing to respond process, it's behind me here. Which side I have to go? Right here, you can see.
No, I'm seeing it.
Mhm. It's an approach that I created in 2009, as I said. And it helps students improve writing performance. So what students do, they read and they respond to what they read. So in 2017, Peter Senja at the time was the Department of Education minister. And I had been asking since he was a junior minister, but finally in 2017, we were able to pull through. And then I came down and I had 3 days we did it during the same week of OCOD. When OCOD started the first 3 sessions, I had 1 session for all elementary school principals. That was like about 60. And then the next 2 days we had for a teacher leader in those elementary schools. So that's like 100, that's 60. So 120 educators in 3 days. And that was voluntary. I gave that up. Now, in order to be able to bring the resources, I'm not very good at asking, but I did ask around and I raised the $5,000 US and was able to bring a packet for every school. Teachers were excited and they said, okay, we want to have that going. But then Maria came and destroyed everything. So everybody wanted the focus changed. It shifted to infrastructure rather than supplementals. And so in 2018, again, I had another set of schools said, hi, Maria destroyed our stuff. Can you give us something? I went again and I raised more funds, raised 8,000 that time, and was able to provide 12 schools with some resources. We didn't continue because training was a problem, and so it fell through. But Bells Elementary School never stopped. They kept persistent, and then last year, when Bernadette Francis Foundation said, I remember that we helped you in 2017 and we want to do something with schools in Dominica. How can you help? And I said, okay, this is what I did. It's an approach. And they were able to help ship the books down to Dominica. I had inventory, so I was able to provide about $36,000 US worth of books, of resources. That's in Dominica right now. But 3 schools, Bacatel, Dalis, and Bells were the 3 schools we introduced who were willing to start over. But out of those 3 schools, Bells is the one that's been more consistent. And I think it's because they happen to be part of an OECS initiative. And what they did, they infused the writing to respond process in that. And they're able to combine these two so that they can do that. And they are doing well. Wesley also started, and they are going to begin this semester. So what's the struggle here? So while I work for, I get government contracts if I have to in the Virgin Islands, and sometimes in Florida I get schools. But when it comes to Dominica, it's philanthropic. But it's the struggle here is the support is not sufficient. So, for example, Bells needed to begin with the elementary students, not elementary, pre-K and K students. These workbooks are brand new. They had to be purchased. They had to be printed. And so that's where we need support. We say so BFF it's a foundation that stemmed out of the Etiennes and the Francises. So Michael Etienne, that's their aunt, teacher Seraphine, Vincia Francis, Bevin Etienne. This is the board. Cody Barry, they're the board of that foundation. And they've been supporting budding writers to be able to reach those schools.
Just hold on. I'm trying to see if the person. The telephone has been ringing, and I'm not so sure if the telephone is functional. So let me just try to see if that is. Let me say hi to that person. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Well, no, I'm not getting. And I try to ask the technical man to get in touch with me, and I have not gotten him. It's 2 Sundays, and I'm not too very happy about that. I must say that. Not too very happy with the fact that the telephone plays an important role in hearing the views from the general public. But anyway, go ahead.
Right. So Cody Barry has been very instrumental. He's part of the board as well, and help. Actually, we store those things in Dominica with him. And what we would like is if we could have people in the diaspora say, I can sponsor one child from grades K through 6. It's probably going to cost like about $150 per child, because for the life of that child in the elementary school. So it's not a hard ask because we can get the resources. I do the training for free. I am able to train those teachers on a Wednesday via Zoom. I did one with Wesley on March 6th. I did one with so I've been doing it with them whenever on their Wednesdays, once they're available, we do it. And Bells has been doing so well. I wish, and I think it might be Bells' principal trying to reach, because she said she would reach out to just share their testimony, because they are doing very well. Dalis and Bakatel, we haven't been able to set up to have that level of training that the Bells is having. And it's because a few things. In daily school, we haven't had the people who were trained before have both retired. In Bakatel, I think the principal was not there at that time. So it's a new principal. So these 2 other schools, it's a little shaky. But what I want people to know, any educator listening, is that the writing to respond process is not a program. It is an approach that you can utilize across disciplines. So if you're teaching math, science, social studies, art and craft, food, it doesn't matter. It's just about letting your students read and then utilize higher order thinking questions to have them interact with it. The idea is to develop critical thinking so that they can produce analytical writing.
What I'm going to ask, Dr. Joseph, is a request of people to call my telephone number, because I think some person may want to, because the telephone has been blinking for the longest while, and really because of the dysfunctional system that I have now, it's not possible that I can bring them live across to you. So I'm going to ask them to call my telephone number, which is 275-8880, 275-8880. You can call my number, and I will allow you to speak to Dr. Joseph on any question that you'd like to ask, or any statement that you'd like to make, or any support in terms of a statement that she's making. So you can call my number 275-8880. So if when you call, I can basically just say to her that someone is calling. So go ahead, doctor.
Okay, so so what I want people to know, especially those listening to the diaspora, is you can help. You can actually help me.
So just hold on. Just hold on. Someone is calling. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
working.
Yes, I know the phone is not working, so that's why I tell you to call that number so you can speak to her.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about she was living like Suzette.
Yes, she was living at Suzette.
How come? How is that family?
No. She said earlier on that Harold is her uncle. So we talk to her in reference to what she's doing so that we can get another caller. You know what I'm saying?
No, I just wanted to set the shop. I know Harold is from Davis.
Yes, Harold is the uncle.
Okay, well, I know you what we can do.
All right then. Yes. All right. Thank you. All right. So as he was on, someone else was calling. So I'm sure the person would call again. So you can call, as I said, 275-8880. If you're overseas, you can call 1767-275-8880. I'm sure that she will welcome your questions. So yes, Doc, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I was just saying that I wanted, so for example, Bell School is part of the OECS initiative where they're trying to boost, improve academic performance among students.
Someone else again is on the line, so let's hear what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. I'm trying to get that caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Number you dialed.
I'm sorry. Well, the person say the number that you have dialed, the person you have to call back again. Sorry about that. So please try to call and let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Good evening, Mr. Cecil Joseph.
Good evening.
And I'm calling from Bellevue Chopin.
Yes, go ahead.
And I'm saying good evening to Dr. Joseph.
You hear her, Dr. Joseph? You hear her?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I am not so familiar with her, but my mom is from Dalis. And then I might know a lot of the family from the Dalis area, but I'm not so familiar with she herself in person. But Mr. Joseph, this lady there, I wish today I had a nice conversation with my granddaughter. I wish children that is going to school would be listening to this lady tonight, because this information, I wish you will not that the children be listening, now, Mr. Joseph, but I believe you should get a little spot in the daytime to replay that program, please. I wish you would do that.
Yes.
Because it is very, very, very informative. It is very educational, and that is what I was telling my grandchild. You cannot just rest your mind on one thing. You have to try different things. You have not to give up. And this lady, man, I don't even want Dolly to stop tonight because I am listening. It is very interesting. Mr. Cecil, thank you. You just choose the right people to bring on those programs there. But I wish I know a lot of the people that should be here in those programs is not listening. I wish you will give us a replay. Thank you very much, and good night to you, and good night to Doctor. Bless you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You heard
Thank
that?
you.
You heard that, Doc?
I did. Very clear. Very, very clearly.
Is very impressed of what you have been able to bring across, especially noting that that the generation of today tend to stop on one thing, and she's indicating that they shouldn't. You know, good advice to young people from her. So as I was saying to people, I see that you're still calling the DBS number. So please call 275-8880. 275-8880. That's how you'll be able to speak to Doctor. Or you can call 1767-275-8880 if you're overseas. Let's take this caller. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Dr. Joseph, I'm very proud of you, and I just wish many more people would be listening to what you're saying. There are lots of people who went through some of those things, but they are just ashamed to bring it out. But to hear you come out and say everything step by step, it's going to help the psychology of some of our people who are shy and who are not encouraged to go through what they want to go in life. The second thing I want to tell you is that I'm very proud. Carrie Libra is my first cousin, is my uncle's child. And Suzette, that lady in the Lakou in Bafford, she was a no-nonsense person. But I never knew in my wildest dream I would get to know somebody at that time, at that year in life, talking about Suzette in that way. I know as a child I was going to the convent high school, and right now, all those years have passed, and I'm hearing that. I'm just proud. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. You heard that, and I'm sure Suzette herself might be very proud of hearing you. giving to the public, how you have been able to help her, how she has been able to help you to be where you are today, standing proud as an individual. It speaks volume.
Thank you.
And I know that quite a number of people are trying to call me now. I should have said that earlier on, but they will call, and some people will send me messages. But continue from where you stopped.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Bells could have a. I know she was listening.
Just hold on again. Hold on again. As I say that someone is calling. Good evening.
Sure.
Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm fine.
This is Cody Berry with the Bernadette Francis Foundation, and I work very closely with Martha, and I just wanted to talk on behalf of that.
Go ahead, caller. Don't listen to your device. Just speak on.
Yeah, hold up. I'm gonna mute.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're hearing you.
Okay. Yes. My name's Cody Berry. I work very close with Martha on this literacy initiative in Dominica, and one of the things that we're trying to really trying to do is to try and reach as many of the schools as possible in Dominica. And it's an initiative that is well needed in Dominica. When I look back with my family's foundation, one of the things that we look at is we provide scholarships to students in Dominica. Like last year, we gave 30 scholarships to students to go to high school. And one of the things that I did personally was reach out to the principals at the schools and ask them what was the biggest hurdle for students coming into high school. And by far, everyone said the same thing. Students are not prepared, and as a result, they have to deal with getting them up to speed. So what happens is that you have a two-folded issue. You have the students that are behind, you have to bring them up, and the students that are ahead have to wait for the students that are behind to bring them up together. So we started this initiative, and starting from the kindergarten all the way up to 6, to help to resolve some of these issues that the principals, the schools, the high schools are experiencing. Because if you remember, back in the days, now I'm going to be aging myself, now that's pre-master side, in the early 70s when we went to school, it was only select few that went to high school, right? You had to do common entrance. And today that's not the case. So everyone has the opportunity, but not everyone's prepared to enter high school. So that's the reason why we have partnered up with Martha on this literacy initiative with the Right to Response program.
That's important to note, sir, that you are part and parcel of the process of really helping other young people, other people's children, to achieve higher education alongside with Dr. Martha. That's really very good to note.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't born in Dallas. My father came from Dallas.
Okay.
And I was born in Lakou.
Oh, okay.
So my father was big into education, Baptista Barry. So all the older folks will know who he is, Teacher Barry, and so forth and so on. He was the registrar of cooperatives. So education has been the key to success, right? So one of the things that we want to make sure is that students do have an opportunity to be successful, and that we stop saying that, hey, guess what? This is happening in Dominica, and this is happening, and nothing's going on. Well, we need to step up and make the difference to help the kids to be successful, to give them an opportunity to strive in the right direction, give them the guidance so that they can be successful.
Thank you so very much, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity given. All right. And Martha, here it is. Someone said, excellent program, Dr. Joseph. Proud to be from Dallas. Another person made mention of the people from the list should be very proud of the work that you're doing, and I'm sure that as the night goes along, people will give their sentiment. Someone sent me a WhatsApp, and the person said that very very positive person, and giving her very good advice. She is so incredible and inspiring. It's good to really note that. Priscilla, the gallery, is saying that she's watching, and quite a number of people now are on the page, and 170 people are tuned on DBS Facebook page, and I'm sure the sharing of this it's great in big in numbers. I'm sure after the program you'll be able to see the number of people actually looking at the program. So yes, Martha, go ahead with telling us your story.
All right. Well, thank you so much. So what I wanted to say is, so the writing to respond process, I said that before, the way it started is because out of a need. I saw that students were, in other words, if I told you that I was going to give you a test, you will plan for it, right?
I have to disturb you again. I really have to disturb you again. Someone is calling. Yes, good evening.
That's okay. That's fine.
Good evening. That's Brent Etienne speaking from Dailies.
Oh, you calling from Dailies?
Yeah, Brent Etienne. I'm very proud of Martha. That she was my very good friend in primary school. We went to the conventions together. It was me, Daphne, she. All of us passed, and we passed high. Yeah, and I'm very proud of her today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Martha, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, okay. Nice hearing from you, and I'm proud of you. Keep striving forward. Keep going. The sky is the limit.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Yes, thanks, man. All right, yeah. Martha, the calls are just, that's your cousin, right?
Was that Bevin?
Yes.
Bevin Etienne.
Yes.
It sounded like Bevin.
Yes, I think that's what he said.
Well, yeah, not my cousin really, but no, he's the board. He's on the board of BFF. He's from Dailies. He's we work together. They're part of this. He was the one who actually told them his foundation to contact me because I had started with the work already.
Okay.
So he kind of rekindled the idea of going back to Dominica and trying to help the schools improve their reading and writing performance. Because I mean, a school like Bells, for example, they do not have all the grades because they had to, because of COVID, of course. There's you have that gap. That COVID created. And so they kind of minus a few grades. And what we are doing right now is working to make sure that by the end of at least 2 years, we should be able to have all the grades reinstated, because we are trying to improve students' ability to be able to use critical thinking and improve their writing performance. So again, it's hand in hand with the OACS initiative, where they're funding their field trips. So Bells just went on a field trip to the Cabrits. They went on one to the Carib territory. We sit and we create those questions. What kind of higher level questions we can ask those kids?
So sorry again. Someone else is on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Go ahead, speak.
Miriam Etienne from Dailies. Martha and I go a long way. We played in the Lakou together. But I just wanted to let her know that the name of the dog that made her lost her teeth was called Field. And it used to scare me as well too. But
caller, can you lower down the volume of your device, please? Because I'm hearing it very loudly in my ears. And yeah. I'm sure to the listeners. Yeah, go ahead now. Start all over again.
Yeah. What I was saying is that Martha and I, we go a long way. We played in her Lakou, her own Lakou together. We went to Dailies Primary School together. We taught together. And I'm so very proud of what she's doing. I'm retired now, and I'm one of the teachers that started the program, Writing to Respond. And it was very good. It helped us improve our own selves in teaching comprehension, and also reading comprehension. So I want to tell her tonight I'm very proud of her, and hats off to her.
Martha, what do you have to say to her now?
Thank you very much. And who is the person? Is it Mrs. Etienne? Who is it?
Muriel Etienne, I think she said she is.
Yes, that's her, Mrs. Etienne, yes. Mrs. Etienne, I know. Thank you.
She says she's called Teacher Fifi.
Yeah, I know, Mrs. Etienne. Yeah, I know. The reason why I couldn't tell the Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, And as I said to
just went on a field trip to the campus.
Fifi, can you just lower the volume or put off the just put a pause on your device, please?
Yeah, I'm not hearing Martha though. She's talking something else.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Martha.
Oh, I was saying that I told you earlier that, remember when I told you that daily school, the two people who were trained were retired, and Mrs. Etienne is one of them, and Miss Dara was the other, who was the principal at the time. And so that's why it's a struggle to get dailies to understand the approach, because they have to start from fresh. I only have 2 hours with them, and that's not enough to be able to understand the approach and use it effectively. So Mrs. Etienne was very instrumental at the time when she was there. Thank you so much. And yes, we grew up in the same Lakou. She was the one combing my hair when the other one, Tutufi, was not available. I would go down to her home, and she would plait my hair. So she was my coiffeuse, if that's the way to call it.
Yes.
But we went a long way. We played in the same Lakou, and we also taught in the same school. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right then. Yes.
All right. Bye.
Bye. That's nice that someone could call, someone that plait your hair, someone that was involved with you, and you all work together. That's very nice to hear.
Yeah.
You know. Another person said, "Great program, my brother. Loving the vibes tonight." That is Earl. I'm not so sure who's that Earl.
He's my cousin too.
Okay, another person is calling. Let me see if I can get that person. No, sorry about that. You have to call back again. Someone call and say, "Good evening, Mr. Joseph, Cecil Joseph. Interesting program tonight." Another person said, "I love this Dr. Joseph all the way, Dailies." So the person is bigging up Dailies for the efforts that you have been making to have Dailies on the Dominica map. Proud moment for the people of Dailies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told them that it was our Lakou tonight, and I just wanted to represent us. So I'm glad I'm able to do that. I've been back and forth at least 2017, 2018, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Some of those times were not the best, but best circumstances, but I've been back at least. And every time I go back, I try to put in time to do training. What I was hoping to do this year was to be part of OCOD. Every year we have this, I don't know if it's still called OCOD anyway, but there's this first 2 weeks in summer where the Dominica Association of Teachers and the Ministry of Education would combine and have 2 weeks of training for teachers every year. When I did it in 2017, that's the time it was done. And I was hoping that it could happen again, especially since Dr. Blaise gave us permission to come back and continue.
No, someone said from the person's name is Naomi Bertrand. She said, "We are so proud of you. You represent us well." Another person said, "Dr. Maffa has really been putting the effort to get our school on board. Let's support our own Dominicans." Another person said, that's Jennifer Green. That's my good friend too from Delis. She said, "Cecil, good night. That's my girl, Martha Joseph from Delis. She so elated to see you all. All the best. I am glad. I'm glued, sorry. Cecil, my brother, Cecil, my brother, Jeff Joseph was with you with Swinburne. Martha is Jeff's cousin, 2 brothers' children. Ma Wilmoff is in Dalis, not La Roche. Peppermint after church service. Cecil, this Fia Lafo is her cousin. Fia Lafo is your cousin?
Yes.
That athlete is your cousin?
Because remember I told you the Theophil?
Yes.
So that Ernestine Theophil is a mom, yeah.
Oh, so that's where all of this thing came from.
Yes. Fia Lafon is Ernestine's daughter, yeah. That's
yes.
Her grandmother and my grandmother were sisters.
Okay. Daughter of the soil, Daily Strong, blessings. That came from someone else, I'm sure, from Daily's tonight. So as I said, you can call 275-8880, 275-8880 if you want to have a conversation with her, Another person said, "Good night, big brother. Angie and I are locked in in your show tonight, and in Jamaica they call it Kato as well. Well, they're talking they actually sent that message earlier on, you know. So yeah, continue from where you left off about the program that you have.
Yes. So the point is, I'm saying that I told you how it started, and now that I am actually, it's being implemented in schools, not just in Dominica is philanthropic. In other words, I am not being paid by anybody to do this, not by the government, not by anybody. I am just training anybody who makes themselves available. So yes, what I was saying last year, the hope was that we would at least be able to use the time, because the hard part is, even if I make myself available, the teachers have to be available. So what I was hoping was that during the OCOD time, which is the 2 weeks in July when they're training, I would be able to have at least 2 or 3 days in that time when we can have the schools that are interested in being the pilot. Dr. Bless gave the permission to schools who wanted to do it. He said, anybody who wants to do it, go right ahead. You have my permission. So we started with those 3 schools. Now we can only say that one school is like seriously going on, and not to say I want to blame the 2 others for not being so, is because of the same thing, space and time to make the training possible. Bells was able to include that in their project. So that's why it's easy for them to say.
Just hold on. I just want to also say to the person who's on the telephone that please lower down the volume of your device, and you're live. Go ahead, speak to Dr. Martha Joseph.
Yes, good night, Mr. Joseph, and good night, Dr. Marcella, as I know you. I've always known you, Marcella, Joseph, so I'm just saying good night to you. That is Joan Gis from Davis.
Good, Joan, hi.
And I've been watching you, and we have made, and let me tell you, Mr. Joseph, she has prepared herself, right? She has prepared herself, she has prepared herself all during this week, asking us, how they call it that, school days, where we used to go to for water, where we used to play, the games we used to play, and in whose yard, and what Bible hole, and she prepared herself, and we give her so many places where we play, and I'm so proud of you, Dr. Joseph. Well done. But I have a question though. In the season that we at today, or in these times that we are living today, the role the internet is playing in the lives of the children. I believe children are more gadgets than in a book. So like that, it is not even a competition. That is not even a competition to say which one is the winner. We all know which one is the winner. So you'll find our children they have more time on their gadgets and less time in their reading books or whatever books they have for their lessons at school. And I know for a fact that parents always have a struggle in getting the children to be in their textbook, let alone their reading book. No, as you have that thing going on, and that is your passion in life for getting the children back to the books and their textbook and their reading books. What can you do? What can you do, or what can you say that will, to create an excitement that children will more go for the book, the textbook or the book, the reading book, rather than their gadget? What can we do about that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gist. I appreciate that question. So the task here for me is not to take them away from the gadget. The task for me is to teach them to manage the gadget. There's digital literacy is so important in this time, as well as digital citizenship. So as a citizen in real life, we know there are things we should do or shouldn't do. And so the same thing, I want a child to learn that, hey, if you're going to be spending 10 hours on the internet, then you got to learn to divide that time. How much time is going to be for games? How much of that time is going to be for reading? How much of that time is going to be for research? How much of that time is going to be for homework? I cannot separate students from internet or from gadgets. What I can do is teach them how to be good digital citizens. How do you behave when you're in the internet? How much time? And when you look at social well-being of an individual on the internet, that is so crucial. If you're going to sit there and watch TikTok for 10 hours, your emotions have gone from 0 to 100 and back over and over, depending on what you're watching. So what I want to teach kids is how to be good citizens on the internet, not to take it away from them. What I want to teach parents is, how do you nurture your child? How do you pay attention? I know some parents have the apps where you can do screen time. Okay, but when they were on the screen, what were they doing? Even if you give them 1 hour of screen time, what did that 1 hour comprise of? 15 minutes of math, 15 minutes of reading, 15 minutes of game, 15 minutes of what? We want to be able to teach our children how to be digital citizens. We cannot take them away from it. What we can do is to teach them how to be that. Now,
before you go to know, I'm seeing my 2 children mom, Janet Scotland. She said, big up my classmates of 85, best group ever, Janet Scotland.
Yeah.
And I can sense her proudness of you, Dr. Joseph.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my classmate. Yep.
Yes, and another person apparently from Dalis is saying, where is it? Listen, we are really proud. I think every family in Dalis is locked in tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Boy. Another person just said the approach is also on YouTube.
Yes.
Many vibes, many videos to see and learn from. Yes. And
definitely.
And that's what you're saying to us.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So tonight, quite a number of people actually said hi to you.
Well, hi everybody. I am horrible with Facebook. I try my best to go on Facebook and I don't even know what to say. I'm like, what am I supposed to be saying? So my Facebook has been, and then I kind of stopped a certain time because 2 things happened to me on Facebook. One, somebody copied me, and then 28 of my friends were following that other person that's from somewhere I don't even know. And so I got so disgusted. I'm trying to get back my identity, and Facebook kept saying, oh, we can't do anything about it because they have not violated anything. So I got really mad with Facebook, and I just kind of stayed away from Facebook pretty much. And then I realized people were trying to find me, who I didn't care for them finding me as well on social media. So I kind of just was laying low because I'm like, what are they looking for me for? And so when this Lakou thing came, I'm like, oh, I can just engage people. And I was so surprised. I saw things like 52 comments. I'm like, wow. People were actually engaging. And so they really gave me that little feedback that Facebook can really be a safe place. And that takes me back again to that digital citizenship thing. We know that it's bad to go and break into somebody's house. As a good citizen, you wouldn't do that. And so the same thing, people who do not understand how to be good digital citizens, they go and they break into your stuff. They take your things. And so we always have to be teaching, whether it's in book or it's in digital, we have to teach people how to operate in those spaces. We want them to understand that it's a classroom too. So you want to behave the same way. Raise your hand. Don't say mean things to people. You wouldn't say mean things to people face to face. Why are you saying it to them behind a screen? So a lot of people are using the internet or using gadgets or using Facebook or any one of those platforms, and they do not understand that there are rules that go along with those. And so going back to Ms. Geist, what I would like to do is to teach students how to manage their digital presence. I want to teach, I can give students opportunities to read articles on their gadgets. We have Google Arts and Culture that give us a lot of articles. We have RAS Kids for the little one. So there are lots of places for students to get articles they can read, but as parents or teachers, are we assigning those? And then we have the digital device. Am I going to assign things and students don't have internet at home or they don't have a computer at home? So it's so many things we have to weigh, but we have, as parents, we are just as responsible to make sure that these kids what are they on? Is it something that's going to get them upset? Is it something, are they being threatened on the internet? Do you even know? Do you have an app that guides them to say, well, you can be on here and not on here, or you can spend 10 minutes on here and not 10 minutes. So we want to make sure that we do not see the internet as an enemy. We do not see gadgets as an enemy. What we want to do is to see gadgets as just another thing to manage.
As you're saying, another gadget is another thing to manage. Someone by the name of someone by the name of Simon Cabon said, "Great program, Cecil, with you and Dr. Joseph. Her perseverance is a great success story. I would be interested in knowing who she lived with in Fortney, as I am from Fortney also. My dad is from Boutica and my mom is from Delis. Sorry, my dad is from Delis and my mom is from Boutica. I'm listening from Bahamas."
Oh, so I lived with the galleries, of course, up there, but I live close to just above Mr. Bobam and then Mr. Saint Jean. They're my relatives too from Delis too. Saint Jean, up on the hill over there, close to Mount James. It was a rented home up there that we lived in. And my uncle Matthias and his wife Eliza, we lived up there. I lived with them.
Someone just said that and the person is, I think, is Ingrid Eloa. She said maybe you can also connect with the Dominica Association of Teachers and get a class going for the 2 week summer workshop.
Okay. I'll look into it. Thank you very much. That was what I was hoping to do last year. And it just happened that my dad passed before earlier, and I came down earlier and I didn't look into it. I didn't press actually. And so that's why I spent time with just Bells, Dailies, and a little bit Bacatel. I didn't get to meet them in person because the bus situation didn't work out for me. And so I did it from an office in town. But if I can just train teachers how to utilize the writing to respond process as an approach, I believe we can do great things because it's an approach. It's about developing critical thinking. So, for example, if they read the story about, say, Jack and the Beanstalk, we normally ask questions like, who is the story about? Where is the story taking place? And what happened first? What happened next? What happened after? That's great. But what writing to respond process is preaching is to go beyond that. Ask the kids about their reaction. How do you feel about the story? When they tell you how they feel, they must get text-based evidence. What from the story makes you feel that way? Then we want to ask them analysis questions. Is there anything in life that reminds you of that particular story? That's analysis questions. You want to ask them questions like, evaluate it. Do you think it was fair for Jack to steal the man's golden goose? What from the story makes you feel that way? You want kids to be able to analyze, to evaluate, and then synthesize. What's a better way to end that story? Or what would you do different if you were Jack? You want to be able, these are the questions that we're not asking students. And guess what? My favorite teachers, a lot of times that's where they stop. Because the kids are not able to solve the problem, they think that it's time to stop. I'm going to give you an example. In one of my workbooks, I have the story. Before I made, I write fiction as well, by the way. I have 2 books of fiction series, thanks to Mr. Joe had a cow, or had a farm. That helped stimulate my love for series, and the Hardy Boys and the Nancy Drews as well. Anyway, that's for another time. But anyway, one of this, my niece was 8 at the time, and I asked, when I read Iani to her, Iani is an iguana, She lives one section of St. Thomas. It's set on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. And I wanted my story to be set in the Caribbean because I wanted students to start seeing themselves in stories. And then I said to her, well, so the iguana ends up falling in a truck, a van, and end up being on the other side of the island. And I said to the child, well, the iguana now is there. What should she do? So this is synthesis question, problem solving. And she said, well, next time she should be more careful. The average or the teacher that doesn't want to be bothered wants to stop here, but you can't. The child has not solved the problem. So I had to ask again, well, Ian is now on the beach. What should she do? Well, next time she should check to see if there's a truck under the tree so she won't fall in a truck. Has the child solved the problem? No, she did not. I had to probe again and say, okay, think about it. Ian is now on the beach. It's about to get dark. And what should she do? She said, well, she should try to find a place to sleep, and tomorrow she'll try to find new friends. It was on the third try that that child was able to solve a problem. As educators, whether we are parent educators or school educators, we have to learn in order to develop. You hear the word? Develop critical thinking. In other words, they didn't get it. We have to teach it to them. We cannot just stop when we ask, oh, well, you don't know the answer and just leave them. No, we can't. We have to ask them again. We have to probe. We have to change. If we have to develop critical thinking, we got to use the 3 higher order thinking tiers of Bloom's taxonomy, which is analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. And when we use those, we can't be busy. We don't have to use all one time. We can use one at a time. But we have to use those and allow the students to find evidence from the text to support you. And then she said, well, the sun was going to set. That means it's going to be dark. So she needs to find a place to sleep before dark comes. And then tomorrow she'll find a place. So that's what we want to do. We cannot be too busy with that. In order to develop critical thinking, and that's what's going to get a child to write. So what happened with Bells this week? Thanks to BFF again, Bernadette Francis, they helped me because so for grades 3 and up, we have the books in Dominica for any school that's ready to start the process. We will provide them with training, and we will provide them with a book for every child, a workbook for every child. The workbook is only to measure progress. It's not a book that you're going to be using every day. Bells has it down packed. You know what they do? Every Wednesday is the day for measuring progress. So they utilize the process across content every day. While they're talking to their students, they're doing that, but they're measuring progress in the workbook once a week. That's what it's supposed to be. People are getting confused and thinking it's a program. And that's why if you go to my website, buddingwriters.com, you can click on the FAQs and you will see 7 videos. These videos are less than 1 minute long, and they are answering questions that people normally ask about the process. It's not a program.
It's not a program, Doctor. Someone says, very important statement, Dr. Joseph. It's important that a parent monitor their children social media use because there is a lot of bullying going on. Yes. Also, too, someone said that my glasses is giving some problems. God will continue to provide for you. You are such a selfless individual. You are a shining example of resilience to us all. A former student of yours. As a former student of yours, I am energized to keep pushing and never giving up. Moreover, your love for helping others is truly a daily thing. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really appreciate it. And that's the thing. I mean, I know Damon John is one of my favorite people. And I remember him, I watched the Shark Tank, and I remember him saying, make before you matter. And I said to myself, it doesn't sound right for me because I I always believe you have to give from what you have. If I have to wait until I make to matter, I don't know how long that's going to be. And I am a person of purpose and I have to help. So that's why I am making maybe not enough to, retire or anything of that nature. But it's so much more fulfilling for me to be able to listen to the Bells principal say, guess what? We've seen progress in our 4th grade. It just warms my heart more than just getting a check from a government contract. What warms my heart more is to hear teachers tell me, our students are reading now. I remember I have pictures from that Bells had sent me before that the kids were asking, when is our library day? Because what the kids had to do, when they pick up that book, they have to identify. So they have to learn to identify the author, the title, and the illustration. And these were 1st graders. Miss Regis as well in Bellevue, she was at the time. The kids wanted to read more because they got a chance to draw. You don't have to wait until they can write. Writing is up there first. We have to do critical thinking first. So stop waiting until 3rd grade to teach kids to write. We have to get them to develop. So I have charts as well available. So the kindergarten, the pre-kindergarten, when they're doing Jack and the Beanstalk, the teacher can ask them those questions and get them to think and then respond orally. Then by the time they get to kindergarten, they'll be able to draw their responses. And then they'll start writing words for responses. And then they'll start writing phrases. And by the time they get to 3rd grade, they're writing paragraphs, believe it or not. But it's a process. We cannot just lump it on them when they get to 3rd grade. We have to get them gradually. So this week, I just sent Bell's pre-K through K workbooks for them. Wesley is starting. They have 3 and up, grades 2 and up. If somebody listening is from Wesley and you want to sponsor their kindergarten class, go ahead and reach out to their principal and we will send them the printed version. Again, from 3rd grade all the way up to 6, we have already started in Dominica. But because the pre-K and the 1 through 2, they're new books, we have to pay for those, for that. So if anybody is listening, you're in the diaspora, you want to sponsor Wesley for their pre-K, you can do it 2 ways. You can go on my website, buddingwriters.com, and you can do /DA Dominica. You click on that and it will take you straight to the Dominica page. And then you will be able to do 2 things.
Repeat that again. Repeat.
buddingwriters.com. buddingwriters.com.
That was quickly. That was very quick. So let's take it slowly.
Buddin. There's no G. Budding with no G. Writers. WRITERS. If you look at my logo there, you will see it, Budding Writers. And behind me, it's there again.
No, one word.
Yes, one word. .com. But for the Dominica page, you have to do /DA. And it'll take you straight to the Dominica page. Now below there's a donate button. Or if they don't want to donate, they feel better just going and purchase the book. They can go ahead and click on the pre-K book, or they can email me and say they want to, and I can give them a discount. I think it's save 10. If you just type save, SAVE, save 10 when you come to check out, it will give you a 10% discount. And then you can just put in there for Wesley and I can ship it to them.
It must be known also to Doctor that this is not a money making thing, but really to help children in pre-K and up to really have a better understanding, a better grasp on achieving their goals in reading and writing.
Oh yeah, it's just to print it. It's just to pay for printing it because as I told you, we have books in Dominica right now for grades 3 all the way up to 6, 3 to 5 basically. But because these were they were inventory. But the newer versions, which is the pre-K to K, those were not printed before. So in order to get it available, I have to go, send it back to print, go to the printer, to get it. That's why I'm saying if anybody wants Wesley right now, they need their pre-K and K books. Bells just got theirs yesterday, and BFF paid for that. So it's not anything for me. I am giving free training. I mean, I make my own money otherwise, other places. But for me, just giving back. And I just wish I could just spend time to just train the teachers and let them see how they can utilize it. And guess what? If I were to get an opportunity to train teachers, I know I have at least 2 or 3 teachers in Bells who are able to be their master teachers already. They can train the trainer. They can actually train other teachers because they are comfortable with it. And again, on YouTube, people can just go on my YouTube page, Budding Writer Dr. Martha J. And so many, a lot of them I have to do over, but there are opportunities as to how to utilize the process with kindergarten and how to utilize it with 3 to 5 or 6 to 12 as well. The teacher version as well. Lots of videos on there to actually help people understand the process and to use it.
I know that, Dr. Joseph, that as we speak, DBS Radio is promoting reading. And that's the 14th edition, but in 16 years, the reading competition. What do you make of this?
Say that again. What was the question? I know you said they're promoting them. What was the question?
No, I said that DBS Radio at this present time, we are promoting reading in the schools, in the primary schools. And this is the 14th edition in 16 years. What do you make of this initiative by DBS Radio?
Oh, awesome. Awesome. When I listened to it last year, by the way, I was in Dominica last year when it was in full swing, and I listened and I realized that these were young kids, elementary, and they did an awesome job. I remember the DBS version, great job. The only thing, my sad story about these a lot of times is just the brilliant kids who make it to those competitions. That's why for me, yes, I like the idea that there's a competition. Yes, I like the idea that there's something to push kids. You remember in my story, I didn't want to be around boys. I was in a group of boys alone. I was the only girl with all the boys. In our time, you call them the Don's boys. And I was the only girl there, and I'm like, I had to hurry up. Fair bit, Sotila. So if we have a reading competition and where people are going to get incentives, of course we are going to see students come, but how many students are going to get that opportunity and what happens to the other kids? And so that's why when BFF asked me again here's what they said. They said that the high schools were telling them that a lot of our 6th graders are coming and they're not ready for high school. Can you please help us by tutoring those 6th graders? And when they asked me, I said to them, tutoring 6th grade is like a waste of time because 6th grade is so short and everybody is focusing on the exam. So you cannot get anything done. I said, my process is to start from pre-K. If we start from pre-K and we're developing critical thinking, when you get to 3rd grade, you're not going to have to worry about what's going to happen in 6th grade. And that's why I said to them, just give us 3 years. And we will see definite progress. If we are consistent, we're going to see progress before 3 years. But I'm just saying, give us 3 solid years of consistent implementation across disciplines, and you must see change. Because teachers who have used it in the past, first thing they talk about is an appreciation for reading. Kids who didn't like to read at first, they want to read all of a sudden. So you give the kids something instead of, yes, we want them. These are the kids. If that happens, then when you're ready to pick your kids to go to DBS competition, you're going to have a problem because everybody can read well.
No, Martha, just hold that for the other person on the line. Let's hear what the person has to say to you. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening. This is Rhoda.
Hi.
I'm so proud of Marcella. I call her Marcella, I call her Martha, but she is like my friend, my teacher, mentor. my college mentor. I remember when I was in college, I had to do my first assignment to write a syllabus for as a college professor. I called Marcella and I told her my ideas, and we had all these conversations. She bounced ideas to me, and she helped me so much. And I think that she has so much to offer. Every time I call on the phone, she has everything up. She reads a lot. She knows the cutting edge research. She knows the best practices for the classroom. And no, I don't know about Dominica, but here in the United States, we have a serious teacher shortage. Hopefully, it doesn't happen in Dominica. Since COVID, the students have changed. The teachers, teacher retention is such a problem in the United States. And I think Marcella could help us in Dominica. She could go back home and train teachers, not only with the content and the reading, but also with classroom management, which I think is one of the most important things in the classroom, because you can have the best, lesson and be ready to teach, but if you cannot control that class, nothing can happen in the classroom. So I think she has, so much to offer, Dominica. Hopefully she can go back and help the teachers, and our whole education in Dominica can improve, because this is what we need at this moment. Marcella, I am proud of you. I tell it to you every day. I continue to inspire me in so many ways, and you continue to push me, and I thank God for you every single day. And she's such a good friend and very sensitive, I would say. Even when I went through my brother's death, she was there for me. So Marcella, God bless you, and I cannot wait to see, what God has in store for you. I cannot wait to see your future. I know your future is bright, and I'm here to just cheer you on. And again, I love you, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rhoda. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Rhoda. And Rhoda might go back a long way, whether it's fasting in church, asking her questions about, personal questions, and she trying to hide from me. And it's like, she said I could see right through her, because she was trying to tell me something that wasn't true. And she's like, I say, I don't think so. So we go back a long way, and she is a master teacher. She was one of my podcasts where I talk about how to help differentiate behavior, differentiate teaching, and Rhoda did such an awesome job. And it's on one of my podcasts. It's called Rethink It Habits. So if somebody wants to check my podcast, it's right there as well.
Someone says, the person name is Salim Masi. She says, greetings from home church in Pakistan. So someone from Pakistan is actually listening to you at this time.
All right. Thank you. Hello. Awesome. So I know your program is almost coming to an end, but what I want to say is Rhoda is right. I also, in addition to the writing to respond process, I also do teacher training. My last position in the public school was as a literacy coach. So that's teacher leadership. My doctorate is in teacher leadership. So I train teachers on whatever area based on school needs. So if a school says we need, did you say
there's another person on the line, so let's just listen to the person.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening.
Hi.
Go ahead, caller.
Am I on, Sister?
Yes, you're live.
Okay. I just want to say, listening to this lady tonight, for me it's like a dream fulfilled, a wish that is fulfilled. Because I have been very, very concerned about reading in our schools. It's like, for me, I am a retired teacher, but I am a classroom teacher. All of a sudden, I'm back in the classroom, and I am just following and drinking in what she's saying. And I'm saying, this is what I have been asking for. This is what I have been wanting to see happen. I am concerned about my own grandchild and the use of tablets and the use of the hours spent.
Mm-hmm.
I know there has to be something more, something better, and she's pointing the way. So I pray, God, that our whole education system embraces her, because she is of us, she is from us, and she understands what is happening and what the need is. So more schools, not just Bells and Wesley, but the schools in Dominica.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Now if I see that you're laughing, you're excited about that, what's been said.
When she said not just Bells and Wesley, it's like, okay. Yeah, so pretty much what I wanted to say here is yeah, as a educational consultant, I go based on school needs. So if a school says, for example, in her, she just said, if a school says, you know what, we've included technology in the classroom, but we have a hard time managing. I can work on that as well. I have a team of people who work with me. I have my team is 1, 2, 3. One person is a digital literacy person. One is in social emotional learning. The other one is in literacy, like myself, and then me. And I do teacher leadership. So we usually listen to schools, check what their needs are, or districts, not just schools, districts as well. And then I train in that field. If I'm not very strong in that area, somebody in my team is going to be strong in it. So I never take up jobs that I cannot handle. Just as a teacher, when I was in the classroom, if a student asked me a question and I didn't know it, I said, let's find out together. Same thing. If a district says we need X, I'd say, okay, I am not 100% on there, so I'm going to check another member of my team, and then we work on that. So I do teacher training in almost, so the last one we just did was digital literacy, web browsing and internet safety. We did that in St. Croix. Before that, I did teacher leadership, just how to communicate. A lot of times we're leaders and we don't know how to communicate with our subordinates. We want to treat them as if they're not important. We don't want to praise them. We don't want to do so much. So I did a whole session on that as well with teachers. I do pretty much like whether you want to do differentiated instruction or questioning, anything that they feel they need, I can do that.
Okay, so just before you continue, Laura Miriam St. Louis says, whoa, Martha, this was very informative. Thanks so very much for the history and your passion for students. You inspire many. I cannot imagine anyone listening and not support your goals or your goals for students in Dominica.
Thank you so much, Laura. That's Rhoda's sister. Yeah, that's Rhoda's sister. Okay, awesome.
Yeah. It's really a good night. You spoke earlier on, or someone made mention of class management. Before we end, can you give us an idea as to what is really class management? Because the person
classroom management would deal with, for example, some teachers come to class, and as a literacy coach, I had to do that a lot. They come to class, they're excited because they're very good in their content, they're a good math teacher, they're a good social studies teacher, and they come to class like thinking, oh, I'm just going to teach. Oh, well, really? You have little Tommy over here who just has to fidget. You have the other one who wants to pull the other person's hair. You have the other one who's going to talk out of turn. You have another one who's going to want to go to the shop now all the time or go to the bathroom all the time. How do you manage all of those things and still keep students on task? And so one of the things I used to do as a coach is to go into the classroom and map. I would sit, just say nothing, just map what's going on in the classroom, take a line and see who is talking to who. And then after the teacher and I would sit together and say, okay, this is what happened. This is what was going on in your class. Joe and Jim were talking all the time back and forth. You ask your questions only on this side. You left them alone so they were comfortable doing stuff. And then the teacher and I decide, okay, how are we going to do that differently? Yes, you can do changing seats, but what about your tasks? How do you do that? Do you have agreements in the classroom that you can go by as a teacher? How often do you review those agreements? So sometimes we call them rules. I don't like to call them rules because rule is like, do this, do that. Agreements, we did it together, and then this is what's going to govern our class. But how often do we repeat that? We want to do agreements at the beginning of the school year and really hope those little ones are going to remember that, or older ones are going to remember that all through. No, every week we want to revisit them. This is what we agreed to do. These are the consequences, or these are the things that we want to make sure that we do that methodically. We cannot just do it as sit down, shut up, or we can't do that. No, we have to do it in a way that everything is going to work out. Again, the podcast that Rhoda did with me, she's talking about all the different ways to engage your students so that you can keep them engaged so that your classroom management can be improved, and how to take care of little Joey who is always in trouble. Well, he's always in trouble. You want him to behave well for a full day before you give him an incentive. No, Say, Joey, if you behave well for 1 hour, this is what's going to happen to you. You're going to get this. And if you behave well until recess, then you're going to get that. We have to differentiate that as well so that we can have the kids. Little Joey probably cannot behave well, cannot sit still for a whole day. So give him a chunk at a time so that we can have him. For me, I believe that every child can succeed, and we should give every child an opportunity to succeed.
What do you have to say to the people of Daly's, Victoria, Boetica? What do you have to say to them tonight?
I want to say to Botica, you were my first shot at teaching. Thank you so much. Chamartha, if Chamartha was your teacher, big, hi to you. And Grandfather was Miss Joseph, and Dalis was Miss Joseph as well. Choir in Grandfather, I was the choir teacher. We won competitions. In Dalis, I helped the other one in choir too. So we did stuff. People like Wayne Phillips. I mean, he was a big cricketer. He was a student when I was in Grandfather. So we in Grandfather, I became this person that was able to get students to sing. And Grandfather is good at those Creole songs. We did that very well. So all of the entire Southeast and Eastern District in general, I've been a part of you for a while. I would say from the Carib territory all the way to Daly's, because I was a youth officer one time. I was in charge of, that's a secret, the Southeast Carnival Organizing Committee for a time as well. That's a secret that should stay covered. But it's been a pleasure being with you all. Another thing I do part-time, I work at the Florida Institute of Technology as a communication instructor. So I do teach at the university level right now. I teach communication to STEM students. So students who are here studying to be astronauts, pilots, those kind of students. I get to mingle with them twice a week, and it's a pleasure. So I get to do the things I like, and while I am trying to at least support my home country, I want us to do well. I want us to be able to produce people that can impact the world now.
I also would like to find out, what message do you have for pre-K teachers, first graders, second graders, and third graders, the most critical students?
Let them talk. COVID, they didn't get an opportunity to talk. They have devices at home. They don't get to talk. Let them talk. If your kindergarten kids are not talking already, then that means we're going to have a serious problem. So ask the questions. When you read about there was an old woman who had how many children in the shoe, ask them questions. Do you think she had all those kids? Do you think they were hers? What do you feel? How do you think? Ask them questions. Question them. Let them question the nursery rhymes. Is it really possible to have so many children? Could she live in a shoe? Was it a real shoe, or does the house was the shape of a shoe? Get your kids talking, because that's what's going to make them the strong leaders that we need in this country. That's what's going to make them the strong teachers we need in this country. That's what's going to make them the great critical thinkers that we need in society in general.
So when we ask them how was class today, and they just answer you fine, what should you as the parent ask them further to give you a greater understanding of fine?
You have to. And I'm going to give an example. When I started asking kids, do you have any questions? What questions do you have? They would put, I have no questions. And I would ask, do you have any suggestions? They would say, I have no suggestions. So guess what? I switched it on them. I started getting real questions now and say, how else could you solve that problem? If Ebola were to come to our country, what could we do? I started asking real questions, because they would just tell me. And these are high school kids. They would say, I don't have any questions. I don't have any suggestions. And once they started telling that to me, I started asking analysis, synthesis, and evaluative questions. That way they would think, they would talk, and then they would reason using evidence and text-based evidence.
We have 2 more minutes. Your last words.
Thank you so much to my daily Passy, to my daily Lakou. You've been awesome. We've been chatting all week, and you responded so well. I hope I did the job that you assigned me to do tonight, which was to represent the Lakou. And thank you so much. Hugs, hugs, hugs to all of you who tuned in and all of you who kept texting. And I will come back on Facebook and tell you thank you for tonight. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I want to say thank you to my brothers who discovered you in the United States and said to me, Cecil, she's awesome. And at the right time, as according to you, at the right time, we would have had that interview. And today is proven to be the right time.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Joseph, and I hope that someday again that we can cross paths so that we can have another interview, maybe another person having an interview with you in the daytime, as you heard, so that you can expound and to give so much more information on the issue of education to our children, to our nation, and to our administrators. Thank you again.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
All right. It was a pleasure also to have you. And I must say, Dr. Joseph, we will bounce some good day again as we come to the end of a beautiful program as you share with us the knowledge that we need to know. Free knowledge. I call it knowledge 101 in reading and writing. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Oh yeah, DBS again, coming through with what you love and using up, showing you how we do what we do when we do. DBS is the nation station, that is true. Y'all, I'm telling you straight, DBS along with deep fries and Wall Street, telling you that what you gotta do. DBS is what you need, what you want.
So tell me what you want.
DBS of course.
Tell me who you need.
DBS of course.
Tell me who you want.
DBS of course.
Well, I'll sing it again.
DBS of course, yeah.
DBS of course.
Yeah, DBS. 88.1 straight up DBS, yes.
DBS of course. DBS of course. Yeah, like them ladies. Come on.
DBS of course. DBS, yes. Come in DBS, yes. No.
This is your nation station, DBS Radio.
You gotta love it. You gotta listen to it. You gotta hear it. We are with you when this song was hit bound.
Guterres that this could all lead to a massive escalation, potentially to all-out war. We heard allies of Israel weighing in to condemn Iran's attack. Equally, Iran's allies, Russia and China, also making the point that it was Israel's occupation of Gaza which was at the root of this and the humanitarian crisis that's unfolding there. So this was a fractious meeting of the Security Council.
Addressing the Security Council, Israel's ambassador Gilad Erdan said Iran